and warmer. And together we can build the Ghana we want. We can make the world a better place. And we can actually enjoy a better life. Work hard, chill hard.
That's it. I always like that you spend part of your time working hard in labor and part in refreshment.
And a lot of it in refreshment.
When you work hard, you must enjoy. But anyway, this morning here on the Super Morning Show, while we talk about enjoying, while we talk about what you can do for your country, and while we talk about the fact that you must impact your community and your country, the President John Dramani Mahama has been speaking at the 9th CEO Summit on the 26th of May. That was yesterday, and he's been outlining, what he terms as his 8-pillar strategy to transform Ghana. And this morning we'll be going through the 8-pillar strategy to transform Ghana. And these include completing the IMF program with discipline, reopening domestic and international capital markets. And he says that plans are in motion to reopen Ghana's bond markets through collaboration with the IMF, the Ghana Stock Exchange, and local banks. But he says future borrowing will be linked to self-financing projects by government agencies to ensure sustainable repayment. Are we not rushing? Are we not getting there too soon? Well, some will argue that the IMF document indicated that from the second quarter of 2025, we could probably try and get in there. Some have argued that why not wait till 2026? We'll get into this conversation here on the Super Morning Show. He also talks about strengthening sovereign funds and local government financing. And that's an area that I love so much. It's talking about what people have termed municipal bonds.
Yeah.
That helping our local government agencies to borrow.
So Adenta can borrow and fix their street lights, fix their roads, fix infrastructure.
With approval from the finance ministry.
And put in levies for people in Adenta to pay. Yes, people who work within Adenta.
Yes, but if Adenta is going to borrow to fix infrastructural challenges, Adenta should borrow on the back of its books.
Yep.
And what are the books of Adenta, for instance? What are some of the things that government itself does that denies Adenta sound books?
How can Adenta be set up to collect property rates, to have some base financing to be able to encourage people to then invest in Adenta if Adenta wants to go out to borrow?
I definitely, there's a proposal I made in one of the papers I wrote here about 2 years ago, that I think that where companies are situated, part of their CIT should go to that assembly.
Okay.
And there should be a sharing mechanism. So after a certain amount, the assembly should put it in a central pool, which can then be used to develop other parts of the country. But that's a conversation we can definitely have this morning. He also talks about what? Clearing verified arrears and rationalizing public investments, accelerating public financial management reforms, revitalizing exports through the Ghana Exim Bank, and building Ghana into a regional hub for trade and investment, and finally resuming infrastructure development to stimulate growth. But many of you have been talking about the road tolls.
The president has new ideas about the road tolls. We'll be talking about them as well, or on the show. And in the news, there's a lot happening. Parliament is resuming from the Easter recess today. There's a lot that will be happening in Parliament. We'll be bringing you updates. There's also the conversation about the Chief Justice, the hearing, their latest developments, all that is coming up here on the show. And those in Accra, Kumasi, Takoradi, and the various urban areas, are your street lights working?
The same street lights that in Accra, the minister promised to fix in 50 days.
Yes, today you were driving behind me.
Yeah.
You saw how dark the road was.
Very dark.
Yes.
Very dark.
And University of Ghana, the street lights that lead into your school, can't you fix it? If the public cannot fix the public street lights, those within your maintenance department
should be able to.
Yeah.
Anyway, let's get interactive. Join us on X. Use the hashtag JoySMS, and then on WhatsApp 055-11-11997. Coming up is the news at 6.
Joy in the morning. has been 30 years of joyfulness. Hello and welcome to the news at 6. The news is live on Joy 99.7 FM, hits 103.9 FM here in Accra. In Kumasi, we are on Love 99.5 FM and all 16 regions of Ghana. You'll also find us on myjoyonline.com, on YouTube, X Spaces, and on Facebook. Coming up, suspended Chief Justice Gertrude Tokonu files a supplementary affidavit at the Supreme Court, painting a harrowing picture of her treatment in the ongoing impeachment inquiry. Also, the new Patriotic Party tears into government handling of Chairman Wuntumi's interrogation by the CID, questioning the basis of the actions against the Ashanti Regional Chairman.
This is classic political witch hunt because it's Wuntumi who targets him and single him for treatment. This is not right.
Meanwhile, Chairman Wuntumi is expected to report to CID headquarters again after today, after he was cautioned and released on bail for his alleged involvement in illegal mining, as he continues to deny the allegations. In business,
well, later in business, fuel prices expected to witness significant reduction this weekend if cedi continues appreciating against the dollar. We've got details on the Joy Business Report.
Also in this bulletin, Parliament returns after nearly 2 months on break with a heavy agenda that will likely include confirming up to 7 judges to the Supreme Court. We have all the details of that and more in this bulletin with me, Hannah Odami. Thanks for choosing us. Joy News, independent, fearless, and credible. We start with the suspended Chief Justice Gertrude Tokonu. She has filed a supplementary affidavit at the Supreme Court in which she painted a harrowing picture of her treatment in the ongoing impeachment inquiry, which she describes as a mockery of justice. My colleague Daryl Kwao is in the studios with me and has more details. Tell us about that, Daryl.
Well, Hannah, Justice Tokonu said the process she's been subjected to constitutes, quote, a complete desecration of my basic constitutional rights to a fair trial, violation of my dignity, and subjection to inhuman and degrading treatment of a kind not meted out to even accused persons on trial for treason, end quote. She revealed that despite informing the committee of the suit she filed at the Supreme Court and providing copies of the processes, the committee proceeded with the inquiry the very next day. She also states she still has not been informed of the legal basis for determining that a prima facie case had been established against her. Again, the suspended CJ says she does not know the specific allegations she is to answer to and cannot even begin to prepare a defense. She recounted how on May 15 her lawyer appeared before the committee in her absence, only to be ignored and sidelined by the same committee that had served him with hearing notices a day earlier. She finds as troubling the committee's decision to allow the petitioners to call third-party witnesses instead of testifying themselves. She argues that this undermines the principle of direct accountability and flies in the face of rules that require petitioners to testify under oath and be subjected to cross-examination. Justice Tokonu described all these and more as a calculated series of violations. There's more on myjoyonline.com, Hannah.
Thank you very much, Daryl Kwao. Now, the new Patriotic Party is tearing into government handling of the chairman of the Ashanti Regional MPP Bernard Nchubuesako's interrogation over his alleged involvement in illegal mining, popularly known as Galamsey. According to the communications director of the party, Richard Ahiagba, government could not adduce any evidence of illegal mining against him during the interrogation, making the process a political witch hunt.
If you look at what has happened and the whole hullabaloo about him arresting and freezing his account, you would imagine that today he'll be confronted with some evidence that will be beyond trying to provide any answers to. And so therefore, then there will be a cause established against him for all of us to see. But there's nothing like that. So then you ask yourself, what were all these things, what was it about? And that goes to the heart of the matter. We're saying that this government is just targeting its political opponents to victimize and silence people.
Well, a founding member of the coalition against Galamsey, Senyor Husi, is urging political parties not to shield any individual involved in Galamsey.
don't think it is for any political party to want to even try to defend any human being over issues of galamsey. So every political party should be careful on these issues of galamsey. It is widespread. All political parties are involved. So if you have any government body trying to fight it, you support it.
Well, Chairman Wontumi is expected to report to the CID headquarters again today after he was cautioned and released on bail on Monday. There's more in this report.
The Criminal Investigation Department, shortly after it released Chairman Wontumi, said it had cautioned the Ashanti Regional MPP chairman on 3 allegations related to mining, which are 1. Undertaking mining operations without a license, 2. Pollution of water bodies, and 3. Entering a forest reserve without authorization. According to the CID, Chairman Wontumi cooperated very well with the police during the course of the investigation, after which he gave a statement to the police and was granted bail. The statement added that he was accompanied by a team of lawyers led by former Attorney General Godfrey Dame, clad in white and black when he made his first appearance at the CID headquarters on Monday. A defiant Chairman Wontumi maintained his innocence, denying all allegations leveled against him. They are accusing me of engaging in galamsey, but I produced my license to prove to them that I am not engaged in illegal mining. The CID also accused me of mining in forest reserves, which is also not the case. I once applied for license to mine in forest reserves, but the Forestry Commission and the Lands Commission informed me that they are the custodians of those forests. The Ashanti Regional MPP chairman is back at the CID headquarters later today at 3 p.m.
Kenneth JC filed that report. Well, the Parliament of Ghana is set to resume this morning after nearly 2 months on break. The House went on recess at the end of March and is expected to reconvene with a packed agenda, which may include confirming 7 judges to the Supreme Court. And our Parliamentary Affairs correspondent, Kweku Asante, will be on the beat and bring us updates from the House. Let's move on. Former Defense Minister Dominic Nitiwu has rejected claims that the Akufo-Addo administration left the presidential jet in a poor state. This follows allegations by the current Defense Minister, Dr. Amani Buama, that a jet is unfit for use with a corroded fuel tank and is undergoing major repairs abroad. Well, Mr. Nitiwu insists the aircraft was in good condition when they left office.
Even for a minute or a second, that would deliberately run down the jet, and so because of that, the jet is unserviceable and can only become scrap. It's simply not true. That's the first thing. The second thing is that if they rented a jet for the vice president, they should find a better reason. Instead of saying that we ran down this jet, that's why they were forced to rent a private jet. Did the vice president say he couldn't sit in a commercial aircraft?
Dominic Nitiwu says government has a limited time to retract or he will be forced to drag them to Parliament.
I will try and speak to my colleague because I expected him to do that. And I even expected Ablakwa to do that to me. So I give them that reference and speak to him on the side. And if there's a need to drag him to Parliament, I will do it. But obviously, I'm not the ranking. The ranking is Honorable Team for the Reverend. If there's a need for him to escalate it to the floor of Parliament and invite the minister, we will do it.
Now to transport, and the GPRTU is urging passengers to arrest and hand over to police any driver who is still charging the full fares, accusing them of short-changing commuters despite the city's flexing its muscles and a clear 15% cuts in fares. Despite the public directive by transport unions, a significant number of commercial drivers continue to ignore the revised pricing. Joy News checks reveal inconsistencies between approved rates and what's being charged on the ground. Let's hear from the General Secretary of the Ghana Road Transport Coordinating Council, Emmanuel Ohene Iyeboah.
Unfortunately, we are having this report because one would expect that since last Saturday, things would have fallen in the right place. But unfortunately, with the story we are hearing, that is suggests that we have even up to about 50% compliance, which is quite serious. I think the city authority also have a role to play because these seminars, we have city guards. If you go to Kumasi Metropolitan Assembly for now, so I expect that this triggers throughout the country so that everybody will take the measures EMA is taking to ensure compliance.
And that was the General Secretary of the Ghana Road Transport Coordinating Council, Emmanuel Ohene Yeboah. And in the news at 6 with me, Hannah Odami. You can find more stories on myjoyonline.com. The Super Morning Show continues.
Oh, jump on now. Go. Ugomi, at what time will you come back where I don't hear the sound of your car? Why you buy new car? No, I don't change my car. It be the same, right? It be the fuel where I change. Way one shouts it. Ever since I started using the all-new Excellium Premium Fuel, fortified with 3-in-1 action. Oh, Joe, now my car they run like electric car. No, it's so. This is the type of fuel where they want to. Cause now engine they cost. Where they want for way if I buy it, it go protect my engine. And with the small way I buy, I go drive, sir. Absolutely. It's like strapping a turbocharger to your engine and giving it a protector. And what they bust my mind says be the 3-in-1 action, no. Excellium they prevent up to 99% of deposit. It be anti-wear, some be anti-corrosion. Won't pay when I open there. Hey, so where can I find this magical fuel? Just head over to any Total Energy service station and your car will thank you. Hey, then make a finish my gobe fast, then rush go Total Energies. My friend, but why your hand my gobe inside? I give you info. Make a feel the gobe too small. Go. Joe Pana. Excellium is designed to protect your car engine, decrease fuel consumption, and lower CO2 emissions. Don't say fuel, say Excellium. Choose Excellium, choose quality.
See, your rich auntie gets more from Absa. Your childhood friend gets more from Absa. Your favorite uncle gets more from Absa. Your roommates cry gets more from Absa. Digital solutions get more from Absa. Rewards be bring get more from Absa. 5-star treatment get more from Absa. Preferential rate get more from Absa. Easy banking and no ane Absa. Instant loans and no ane Absa. Bank papa party and no ane Absa. NTK account and get more from Absa. Yes, join thousands of Absa customers enjoying priority treatment, preferential rates, amazing rewards, and seamless digital solutions to help you write the next big chapter of your story. Sign up for an Absa account today and get more. Your story matters. Absa.
Brush your teeth every day and night, up and down and all around. Brush the feeling bright. Brush your teeth. Brush with mom and dad. Underneath and in between, brush the germs away.
Pepsodent, cavity protection.
For 10 times stronger.
This advert is FDA approved.
Reliable, check. Comfort, check. Strong, check. Tough, check. Tried and tested, check. Affordable, check. Comes in so many colors and sizes, check. Suitable for domestic and industrial use, check. Choose quality, choose Syntex Tank. Available nationwide and comes with 7-year warranty. And remember, Syntex Tank is a caring brand too. Syntex Tank, a strong, a tough.
What's your dream this year? To pull up in a brand new 4-wheel ride? Or you want to travel? Where? Sentosa Island in Singapore? Or Desert Safari in Dubai? Or you want a laptop, microwave, brand new phone, TV? Chale, what you want, you can get with SG Ghana. Minya Ubecha 7Y. Join the SG Ghana Deposit and Drive promo and you could win the grand prize of a brand new Toyota RAV4. Simply deposit 500 Ghana cedis or multiples of it into your SG Ghana account from now till 30th May 2025. Non-customers can open an account to participate. Visit your nearest branch or call 0302-214-314 for further inquiries. This promo is regulated by the National Lottery Authority on the Caritas Lottery platform. Terms and conditions apply. Societe Generale Ghana. The future is you.
Welcome back, and thank you very much for staying with us here on the Super Morning Show on Joy 99.7 FM. And the 6 a.m. news brought to us by Absa Bank Ghana Limited. Your story matters. Millennium Insurance, your trustworthy partner, and Total Energies. Total, we go the extra mile for you, which means we can now bring you the Joy Business Report brought to us by MNC Properties, a member of MNC Group. MNC Properties choice of class, Safari Valley Resort bringing you closer to nature, and Omni Basic Bank, not just another bank. Akbafu.
Good morning.
Good morning. How you doing?
I'm great. How are you doing?
God is still taking care of
He is. he's taking care of his children.
Yes. So, as you can see, the late Boachijan, he says, "What you see is what you get." How do you see me?
Rich man.
So that's it. However you see me, that's the situation. Anyway, so lots of things happening. I know you have followed the CEO summit. The president has been, sharing with us his 8 strategic pillars for the transformation of the Ghanaian economy. We're going to be getting into it this morning. Okay, we would do the analysis. We'll get expert views on it. We'll find out how these can indeed transform our dearest country, Ghana. For instance, completing the IMF program with discipline, reopening domestic and international capital markets, strengthening sovereign funds and local government financing. That's something I am interested in. Clearing verified arrears and rationalizing public investments, accelerating public financial management reforms, revitalizing exports through Ghana Exim Bank, and building Ghana into a regional hub for trade and investment, and resuming infrastructure development to stimulate growth.
Revitalizing exports.
You like that one?
I like that one, especially when we are talking about the city's performance and all of that. We've talked about value addition, exporting more, importing less, and so let's see how they're able to strategize and work on that.
Yeah, I mean, one of the things the Ghanaian situation is like the man who eats with his mouth. I've said this before. You come and meet him there, and then but you go and come back, he's at the same place.
I mean, exactly what I was thinking. I mean, these 8 points, they're fantastic.
Look, if we were to get students to do research on one of these, I'm going to share it with you, of the promises of the various governments within the Fourth Republic, what you would realize is that the promises are the same. Maybe one or two differences here and there, but it's been the same things always. We want to ensure prudent expenditure. We want to ensure this. We want to ensure that infrastructure development. With the same thing, they'll come back and meet us. So like the man who eats with his mouth, you come back and meet him. He's at the same. You come there, and he's standing there. And like people say, when you weed with your mouth, you see, and that's our problem. No, that's our problem.
You've got people laughing this morning.
No, because I always, talk about, it's like, how do we improve agriculture? Let's mechanize agriculture. Let's deal with the land tenure system. That was when I was in school 30 years ago. We learned this. We are here talking about the same thing. What changed? But of course, everybody must be giving the benefit of the doubt.
Fingers crossed. The president
giving a benefit. Must be giving some opportunity to
redeem their image or
whatever, or actually deliver. So for me, I am looking forward to delivery, and that's all I pray for. That's all I hope for.
Yeah.
So that's what we're going to be doing. We'll be analyzing these things. We'll get the experts to share their views here and there. But of course, we expect the right things to be done, because we cannot continue like this. If Ghana develops, it is good for all of us. Just like the way the city is appreciating, and we are happy.
And so, as we talk about these 8 pillars, we need to see an implementation strategy going forward. We've talked about 24-hour economy. We've been waiting to see, it's become it's become a promise that we are doing far high and all that.
One of the things we do in this country is that we talk about policies when we've not clearly thought through them. Today, whom are you sounding the trumpet for?
I know you'll be excited about this. The OMCs. I want to sound the trumpet for them, because Ali's story today is saying that fuel prices may be going down this weekend as well if the city continues appreciating against the dollar. So fingers crossed. I know, Winston, you're excited about this, because you've been you've been calling for this so many times. So hopefully this happens this weekend. So for the OMCs, this is just to get you into the mix of things, right? So trumpets. Hi, good morning. Welcome to the Joy Business Report. Coming up this morning, fuel prices expected to see significant reduction this weekend if cedi continues appreciating against the dollar. Also coming up, President John Mahama affirms government's resolve not to extend IMF program as he gives details of what will happen after May 2026 completion date. Plus, MTN Ghana in talks with government over high cost of data in the country. Details coming up. My name is Darryl Kwao. Thanks for being with us. Hello to our friends listening from Koforidua on KTU Radio. First up, fuel prices expected to witness significant reduction at the pumps beginning this weekend. That's if the cedi continues to appreciate against the US dollar. Fuel prices are currently averaging 13 cedis, and there are projections that it could come down to the 12 cedi range. While Dr. Winston Amoah is chief executive of the Chamber of Oil Marketing Companies, he has been speaking on PM Express.
As a matter of fact, we've seen about an average of 6 to 10% decrease coming from the 15th to the 30th. And believe me, in the next window, we are even foreseeing going to 12. Be ready by Thursday. Yeah, if the city continues to react as it does, believe me, like I mentioned, with the plateauing down of the international benchmark prices, we are likely to see that, and we shall be proud to have that effect on our consumers in Ghana.
Dr. Winston Amoah is chief executive of the Chamber of Oil Marketing Companies, while trade policy think tank and consumer protection group CATS International is pushing for some tough sanctions against drivers that are refusing to reduce fares. CATS is making a strong case for these drivers to be deregistered or banned. It believes that this could go a long way to protect consumers and restore discipline in the transport system. Apia Kusiadomako is West Africa director of CATS International.
Some of them are talking about the cost of spare parts, that spare parts prices have not come down. And I want to find out, how many times do you buy a spare parts? When you buy an engine for your car, it takes at least a minimum of 8 to 10 years before the engine goes off. And are we buying engine and spare parts on daily basis? Certainly not. We are buying fuel, and since the fuel is the ultimate cost drivers, it is fair that whenever fuel prices goes down, fares must also go down. And what I'm also learning is that, those who are against the fare reduction are not the car owners, it's the drivers who are so much profit oriented. And I don't think that they have a case.
Apia Kusiadomako is West Africa Director of CATS International. President John Mahama has affirmed government's resolve not to extend the IMF program when it's completed in May 2026. There have been reports that Ghana could commence program extension talks with the fund later this year. But speaking at the 9th CEO Summit, President Mahama gave more details about Ghana's relations with the fund post-program completion.
Let me outline 8 key pillars of the economic reset that we envisage. Number 1 is completing the IMF program with discipline. We'll continue the discipline in government expenditure and borrowing and work to achieve all targets under the extended credit fund with a program with the IMF. We expect to conclude the 4th review of the IMF program in June 2025 with a target to exit at the end of the program in 2026. And thereafter, I will participate in Article 4 consultations and adopt the policy support instrument framework, signaling Ghana's return to responsible, non-borrowing engagement.
President John Mahama there by Deloitte Ghana country manager Daniel Kojo Akoto says the program extension is needed to help stabilize economic recovery. Now, James Ishen has more from the 9th CEO Summit in Accra.
According to Deloitte Ghana, extending the IMF program would provide the government with vital fiscal space to implement reforms, stabilize the economy, and attract increased investment.
For us, we are not saying that IMF should completely take over. What we are saying is that where we are, we need to solidify it. We need to ensure that we have a full grounding before we can decide to do that thing. So that's what we are asking, if the government can consider a year or 2 more so that we can consolidate the gains that we have talked so far. That's all that we are asking, that because it is good, it has brought us to what we are seeing now. why not? A year more will not break anything.
At the same event, Bank of Ghana Governor Dr. Johnson Isiama urged businesses to trade in cedis rather than foreign currencies.
The cedi, our cedi, remains the only legal tender in Ghana. And I put that in capital letters. The cedi is the only legal tender in Ghana. And as businesses, we must ensure that transactions going forward are conducted in our local currency.
Meanwhile, President John Dramani Mahama pledged that the government will focus on building reserves and buffers to better withstand future global shocks.
With two of our major export commodities, gold and cocoa, enjoying a good run in international markets, we will build our reserves and buffers to create the resilience to withstand any future global shocks.
The 9th Ghana CEO Summit was under the theme Leading Ghana's Economic Reset, Transforming Business and Governance for a Sustainable Futuristic Economy, a Private-Public Sector CEO Dialogue, and High-Impact Learning. James Echen's report for Joy Business.
Now, Chief Executive of MTN Ghana, Stephen Blewett, has revealed that his company is currently engaging government over high cost of data. Mr. Blewett discloses to Joy Business as saying they are committed to ensuring that all concerns of consumers are addressed.
I think with data, we're going to consistently look, and I'm chatting to the minister about that, about what we can do to be more efficient with our data offerings. Now, when it comes to data, there are some intrinsic costs that we have, we can do nothing about. They're built into the thing. But we will always look and say, how can we do more? And we did that recently, as you know. We did it on 2 of the public holidays recently, where we gave more value. So those are the kind of things we'll look at.
Stephen Blewett, Chief Executive of MTN Ghana. SNED contributions by private firms have reached record levels, and in March this year, new data from the Bank of Ghana puts the amount at 487.1 million cedis. Here's George Afe.
The amount put out by the Bank of Ghana represents a significant jump from what was recorded in the same period for last year. In March 2024, payment by private firms to the State Pension Trust was under 300 million Ghana cedis. For many, the numbers are often used to gauge economic activities. That is why some may argue that the economy is turning around. Therefore, if contributions are also going up, then there is a link between businesses picking up and their ability to meet their obligations to the State Pension Trust. Others have argued that we could also link it to moves by managers of the State Pension Trust to enhance compliance by private firms in the country.
George Afe with that report. Now, the current inflation level and the possibility of a surge in the coming months is due to current global developments. This is one of the major concerns for members of the Monetary Policy Committee, despite voting unanimously to keep the policy rate at 28%. This revelation was captured in the minutes of the committee's meetings released by the Bank of Ghana. The move, according to the Central Bank, is part of efforts to enhance transparency in policy rate decisions. Now, the Chamber of Commerce and Industries France Ghana is making a case for government to review regulatory rules to attract more foreign direct investments into the country. Speaking to Joy Business ahead of its upcoming Ghana on Awards dinner, Managing Director of CCI France Ghana, Maxine Randolph-Partey, called on President Mahama to fulfill his promise to amend the GIPC Act to improve Ghana's competitiveness.
When we are looking at the GIPC Amendment Bill of 2023, this was one of the election promises of His Excellency President John Mahama, 2024. And of course, we're getting a very positive outlook. So of course, the Chambers of Commerce, specifically CCI France Ghana, we are on standby for the rollout and eventual passing of this bill, eventual revision of this bill, mainly because it would, I would say, improve the overall attractivity of Ghana as an investment destination. I would say in 2023, FDI flows, French foreign direct investment inflows into Ghana, FDI stock was an estimated 2.5 billion euros, according to the Bank of France. And of course, this was due to French reinvestments from French companies who are already based in Ghana. Of course, due to the state of the economy at the time in 2023, we saw a downward, I would say, trend in terms of French investors coming into the country. Of course, FDI stock in general dropped down from 2%. From 2022 to 2023.
Maxine Randolph-Partey, Managing Director of CCI funds Ghana. Now, before we go, ever wondered how some insider dealings contribute to SIM swaps and fraud? Well, do you know what to do when you experience SIM swaps and other socially engineered attacks? If you answered no to all of these, then today's Investor Eye episode is for you. Take a listen.
Telco staff can abuse access to internal systems to leak user or subscriber data to criminals, approve unauthorized SIM card swaps, or even siphon funds directly from your accounts. With just a few clicks, your mobile number can be hijacked, your wallet emptied before you even realize your SIM has been swapped. To stop this, telecom companies need to implement stronger internal monitoring systems, regular staff background checks, and multi-factor authentication for all high-risk operations will make a big difference. Telco should seek to create a culture of accountability, from onboarding staff with anti-fraud training to continuously monitoring internal actions. If your SIM card suddenly stops working, act fast. Contact your telco and block access to your mobile money account immediately. Stay sharp, stay secure.
Chief Executive of Global Secure Solutions, Adam Glaman, with today's Investor Eye. Before we go, let's check the markets for you. On the commodity market, crude oil dropped marginally to open trading at $64 a barrel. Gold open trading at $3,326 an ounce after losing over $17. Cocoa lost more than $500, trading at $9,764 a ton. On the currency market, the dollar going for 11 cedis 70 pesos at the Forex bureaus. The British pound 16 cedis 15 pesos. The euro going for 13 cedis 50 pesos. The commercial banks quoting the dollar at 10 cedis 37 pesos. More news on our website, myjoyonline.com/business. My name is Darryl Kwal. Thanks for listening. The Super Morning Show continues with Winston and the team. Don't go anywhere.
Thank you very much, Darryl. So, 10:37. You know, yesterday I was at the CEO Summit. And I saw a lot of, entities, people in the real estate, in vehicle, all come and buy one. Now they're giving us, quotes in cities.
Yeah, I think it was the governor, right, who said that the city is the legal tender, so everybody should quote in cities at the forum there. So,
but we knew how much they were quoting in dollars previously, so we'll convert it into cities and pay.
Yeah.
Yes, some of them have quickly, last time I asked somebody, how much is this car? He says, let me readjust and get back.
But he wants to make up for whatever.
No, but they said it was $40,000 previously. So that's 400,000, just about a little about 410, 430,000. Yes, Ghana cedis. So 410 thereabout. So let's give it to you.
He may add a few more to it.
Well, sorry, but that's it. You called for it, so we go with it that way. Anyway, our inspirational song for today is one by Team Eternity Ghana and Nemenya and Nije. Let's enjoy it. Jojo chose this one. Let's see.
Sunshine and joy in the morning time. Yeah. Wake up to the Super Morning Show. Yeah. Wake up to joy.
No wonder these days we have gospel, traditional, and contemporary at the Telecel Ghana Music Awards. There's the traditional category.
Kanina mi
Contemporary one. Which one is this? Which one is this?
I saw people attempting to sing this song online over the weekend. This one, when you don't have good vocals, don't try. The way Timothy is rendering the song, don't try. Yes.
Anyway, let's get into our Drive Safe campaign, brought to us by Joy News and the Multimedia Group and supported by Toyota Superior Quality. And look, we don't have a lot of street lights. And so if you're driving at night or at dawn, please be careful. Just this morning, around Shashi, there's a footbridge there, pedestrian bridge there. But people would just not use it.
Yeah.
And so this guy was crossing. The streets were dark. But sometimes because you always would anticipate someone may just do something, so you take your time. You're not speeding. Please, let's be careful. I know the streets are dark. Sometimes you could be in a hurry, but please think of that person. In defensive driving, we ask always, what if?
Yeah.
There's a pedestrian bridge, so it is expected that you use the bridge. Unfortunately, in this country, after campaigns to have footbridges fixed, the very people for whom we campaigned have refused to use it. So just a bit of a caution. Sometimes, some of these people, even around Legon, I see people crossing the streets.
Yeah.
And it's always a challenge because around that area, people are speeding. So please, let's be careful, okay? And means we can now learn how to say it right, Kojo?
Yes, and Say It Right is brought to you by Kingdom Books. At Kingdom, quality and affordability are hallmark. And Societe Generale Bank Ghana. The future is you.
Something must be done.
You say either, I say either.
Today, we will be talking about some of the perks we give our political leaders. I just can't fathom the motivation of a struggling country like Ghana, with so many problems, to pamper our leaders to the point where they are insulated from the problems we elected them to solve. Now, I would like to draw your attention to the word I just used, fathom. Fathom. Fathom, not phantom. Please note that phantom is a completely different word that means absolutely nothing whatsoever related to fathom. Fathom simply means to understand or to get to the bottom of something. The word has an interesting history. It comes from an old Saxon word, fathmos, which meant outstretched arms. Now, the modern word fathom also refers to a measure of depth. It is equal to about 6 feet, approximately the full length of a grown man's outstretched arms from fingertip to fingertip. Now, when people started to use the idiom get to the bottom of to mean understand, the word fathom then became a natural synonym. So phantom, on the other hand, is a completely different word. Phantom. Phantom. It means a ghost or spirit. It can also mean a figment of one's imagination. As you can see, it is a noun and it does not mean understanding. So you must never say, I can't fathom the reason. It's fathom, not phantom. Okay? I trust this will help us all to say it right.
Alright, so let's get into the newspaper review now, brought to us by Syntex Tanker, you're stronger, you're tough, and Access Bank more than banking, and then Kel Charcoal Toothpaste, happy smile.
I have the daily graphic. 2,637 ECG containers retrieved. We'll give you the details.
I thought we had we're looking for a missing 2,491.
Initially I think 1,300 were mentioned, and the number increased to about 2,000. Now we are told that 2,337 ECG containers have been retrieved. 2 weeks ago, we were asking the Minister of Energy to give us updates on this. Now the updates is here. I'll give you the breakdown as we go along later. Now, Ghanaian nurse wins $250,000 global award. I watched a video on social media when she was announced the winner, and the emotion, and she's putting a lot of hard work. I'll tell you more about her and the work she's doing to make us better. Now, if you go to the back page of the daily graphic, cement manufacturers failed to meet price declaration deadline. People are calling for a reduction in cement prices because of the gains in the city. Now, manufacturers have failed to meet the price declaration deadline. Why? We'll share that with you as well. And compel drivers to comply with 15% reduction in fares. This is CATS International, the consumer protection advocates. They are asking us that they are telling the government and other related organizations to compel drivers to comply with 15% reduction in fares. Winston.
Now, the Ghanaian Times for this morning says, flood mitigation in Greater Accra region, more houses to go down. Rexec, NADMO, MMDCEs lead operations. Ghana returns to bond market soon. President and Gbese Stu dismisses alleged bestowment of Kojo Ashong Queen Mother. And Sambu goes solemn as Mion Lanai's final funeral rites begin. But there's a story. I'm just trying to get the page. I'll quickly check it. Talks about NADMO GHEL join forces to tackle drainage crisis, and it says the National Disaster Management Organization is partnering with Ghana Heavy Equipment Limited to launch a coordinated nationwide campaign, drainage recovery campaign.
Okay.
We'll give you the details.
Okay.
We'll give you that's on page 8. Back page says Get Fund project stalled. Deepening woes of UTAS. Okay, so that's the University of Technology and Applied Sciences at Navrongo in the Upper East region. Some of these projects have stalled for 10 years.
Wow.
Affecting academic work. Also at the back page, Anglo Gold Ashanti donates 1.8 million soap factory to Dochiwa community, and that's also here. It means we can get into the online news review brought to us by Zenith Bank in your best interest and Goyle Good Energy. Goyle, Yendia.
Let me start with my jaw online. The CJ is here, the suspended CJ. The headline says, treated worse than a traitor. Suspended CJ alleges psychological torture, mockery of justice in impeachment battle. Now, more stories on my jaw online. Only you can stop this assault on judicial independence. CJ begs Supreme Court to halt impeachment process. Parliament returns from Easter recess today. They want to break me. Suspended CJ paints picture of abuse in Osu Castle hearings. And there's a document we'll share with you on the show this morning. Now, more stories. Build the buffers now. Minority MP warns against complacency amid CD stability. Passengers are bleeding while fuels prices drop. CATS International demands sanctions for non-compliant drivers. And Finance Committee to summon Minister over Economic Gains and Building Stronger Buffer. This is the FIA MP speaking. Fuel could also sell at 12 cedis by Thursday. OMC boss pins hope on CD stability. It means fuel will be getting cheaper, and possibly transport fares would have to drop again, and the confusion will continue. Now, Afina Jan Opoku Samed among 6 returning to Black Stars for Unity Cup. We'll be getting more updates when the sports guys join us. And I'll take you to the City Newsroom website for some stories there as well. Removal proceedings are a mockery of justice. Justice Tokono speaking. No fair cuts for Uber, Bolt, Yango users. Online Drivers Union. Why?
They must also reduce their fares.
Yeah, because they also...
Why? Would they also buy fuel?
Yes.
And they also use the increment in fuel prices to increase fares.
And they also use the forex somehow.
Exactly. No, but it's the same principle. It's the same principle.
Oh, Uber, Bolt, Yango. Why? Online Drivers Union. Anyway.
No. The Online Drivers Union must appreciate something. You cannot be increasing fares
when fuel prices increase,
and then turn around and tell us you're not going to reduce fares. No.
We need to call their president.
Exactly.
We need to engage them. And which ministry supervises them? Transport Ministry?
Yes.
Ministry of Communications?
Transport.
The ministry should also get us some further and better particulars about this. We need fairness in pricing for all Ghanaians. Now, Chairman want me to report to CID again today. Trade in cedis to sustain currency gains, BOG to businesses. Parliament is reconvening after the Easter recess, and 10% US tariff gives Ghana competitive trade edge. This is the outgoing US Ambassador Palmer. She also says that improved business climate will boost US investments in Ghana. Now, to the BNFT online, BOG dismisses export fears as cedi rallies. You know, there are a lot of people who are saying that exporters are going to lose because the cedi is appreciating against the dollar.
How are they going to lose?
Because when the cedi depreciates, you get more money when you export.
More money to do what?
When the cedi is at 20 cedis to a dollar, for example, and you export, you get more cedis.
And then you buy what?
That's
so that's actually the issue. I mean, then you buy what with it? You come back and go through.
Yes, the same motion, right?
Oh.
Yes. Now, maintaining fiscal discipline remains top priority. We'll be sharing the president's 8-point agenda to reset and reconsolidate our economy. Goods sector welcomes extension of licensing deadline, and PRC convenes emergency stakeholder meeting over recent electricity challenges. And we must set baseline to track energy transition progress. This is Dr. Mantel urging all of us.
Okay, which means we can get into the details, right?
Yes. I'll start with the center spread of the daily graphic. The president has been speaking, and he's unveiled the economic sustainability plans. This was done at the CEO summit yesterday. Kester Abraham Crancher writes for the daily graphic that President John Dramani Mahama has outlined a comprehensive strategy to sustain the recovery of the economy, focusing on fiscal discipline, private sector collaboration, and innovative financing. Speaking at the 2025 Ghana CEO Summit in Accra yesterday, the president emphasized the need to learn from past mistakes while charting a sustainable path forward. The summit, which was on the theme Leading Ghana's Economic Reset, Transforming Business and Governance for a Sustainable Futuristic Economy, brought together government officials including the Governor of the Bank of Ghana, Minister of Labour, Senior Economic Advisor to the President, that is Mr. Seth Imanotepe, and other captains of business and industry. Now, the President highlighted the economic achievements of his previous administration between 2013 and 2016, including the introduction of medium-term bonds, a sinking fund for debt repayment, and responsible Eurobond issuances. He, however, said that subsequent mismanagement had led to the country's first ever debt default, which the president said had eroded investor confidence and shrunk the private sector. To help sustain a resilient economy, the president detailed an 8-point plan to restore economic stability and growth. Earlier, Winston tried to take us through the 8-point plan, and he said a lot about how he's going to approach the recovery in this 8-point plan. We'll be giving you more details on that, Winston.
Yeah, we will. It's doable. You know, currently there seems to be some confidence within the Ghanaian economy. And so, yes, getting back to a domestic bond, that should be the first port of call. If we do well, then we could think of going international or going external. The thing about a domestic capital market, one of the things, you know, even yesterday while we're having a conversation about, you know, growing from a Ghanaian business into a multinational, one of the things that we were talking about was how to raise capital. Now, what we have realized, for instance, and this is something that government can actually do, government should, we should have a domestic capital market. And we have too much funds in this country. We have billions of dollars in pension funds being used to buy treasury bills. And sometimes building houses.
You know, 2 weeks ago, the CEO of Axis Pension, Mr. Free, said that the pension industry needs to look at how to invest in the economy properly. We need to put money in the real sector to drive growth.
So you see, one of the first things we should do, Now that the president is talking about bringing back the road tolls and the fact that vehicles are linked to Ghana cards, and so it'll be easy to once you use it, they bill you, send you the money, and then you pay. Look, this is it. We must use pension funds to build our road infrastructure if we want to.
And toll them.
Toll them. Why? Why do you think that somebody should pay 1 cedi for using the motorway?
Yeah.
Why? If you can charge him 5, you do the analysis. How many vehicles are going to use the motorway in a day? How much do you need to make your money?
Yeah.
Toll it. So if you expect that a road would last, say, 25 years and you want to get your money back in, say, 10, 15 years, look at it. We would all agree how much we want to toll it. If we want to dualize Accra Kumasi, pension funds are a regular source of income.
Yeah.
We can actually use that. We construct the motorway, then we would construct, and see, part of the funds that SNIT will be generating could be used in actually helping. And it's not only SNIT, even all the tier 3 pension schemes and tier 2 pension schemes would all come together. They would get their money back. In fact, it is a better form of investment than going to put your money in Government of Ghana treasury bills at 15% or 14%, 91 day. So I don't understand why we are continuously crying. And, you know, Dr. Sedo did a presentation some time ago, which he shared with me, and I totally agreed with him. We have too much idle funds in this country, okay, being used to support government recurrent expenditure, when we could use that to support capital expenditure.
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, anyway, we'll come
so
back.
these are the things the president says he'll do: completing the IMF program with discipline, reopening capital markets, strengthening sovereign funds and local financing, clearing arrears and rationalizing public investments, accelerating public financial management reforms, revitalizing exports through the Ghana Exim Bank, positioning Ghana as a regional trade hub, and resuming infrastructure development. Other stories, Winston.
More houses to go down in the Greater Accra region as REXEC NADMO MMDC's lead operation. So that's a story on page 12, the center spread. And it says that, look, more illegal structures on waterways are to be pulled down starting today as part of flood mitigating measures in the national capital. The Greater Accra Regional Minister Linda Obiniwa Akweli Oklu's warned. And the exercise being led by the regional minister together with NADMO, Greater Accra Regional Security Council, and the MMDCEs is to help deal with the deteriorating flooding conditions. And she disclosed this at her maiden meeting with all newly confirmed and sworn in MMDCEs in Accra yesterday. And said the issue of flooding continues to affect lives and property. Ghana returns to the bond market soon. You've talked about that already.
Yeah.
But one on page 8 that we are interested in says that NADMO GHEL joined forces to tackle drainage crisis. So the National Disaster Management Organization is partnering with Ghana Heavy Equipment Limited to launch a coordinated nationwide drainage recovery campaign.
Okay.
Now, this collaboration, which according to NADMO was a strategic move to confront worsening drainage and flooding crisis, was sealed during a high-level engagement between the CEO of GHEL, Mutalib Awal, and the Director General of NADMO, Major retired Dr. Joseph Bikanyin Kuong, in Accra on Thursday. And according to Major Kuong, Ghana's flood disasters were no longer seasonal inconveniences but existential threats to infrastructure, livelihood, and public health. And he stressed the urgency of the situation, noting that inadequate drainage systems and poor maintenance continue to expose millions of Ghanaians. So this is a quote attributed to him. We're not here to issue another warning. We're here to act. The collaboration between NADMO and GHEL is about mobilizing machinery, expertise, and national effort to break the back of Ghana's drainage failure for once and for all.
Are we not duplicating efforts too much?
Tell me.
We have the district road improvement program, right? Now, DRIP is not a new program. It's something that has been happening. It was just rebranded as DRIP recently. So we've bought machines for every district in this country. So from graders to bulldozers to excavators to payloaders to all sorts of earth moving machines for assemblies. We have a DRIP secretariat. Now, if NADMO wants to work, would it not be great for NADMO to work with drip and use those machines we spend the taxpayers' money to buy to do this work. You remember last week we spoke to the KMA boss and we asked about drip equipment, and he said he doesn't have the complement of the equipment he needs to work. So all those machines that were displayed to us and distributed to the assemblies, where are the machines now? Those drip machines.
Oh, I mean, I saw some of them in the Ghana East. I saw the day that they were taking to the Ghana East Municipal Assembly. I saw them.
Oh, we have a drip now. We have to do a flood mitigation improvement program, FMIP, and spend extra money.
Have you read Building the Nation before?
No, please.
There's a poem known as Building the Nation.
I've not read it before.
I'll read it to you.
If this is to convince me that we need to buy new equipment for flood mitigation, I won't read it.
It is to explain to you the problem we have in this country. The fact that in this country, all we think about, sadly, is procurement. And all we think about is how to enrich oneself.
We need to use the whole of government approach, really, Winston. You have a 48 engineers regiment, you have the Ghana Highway Authority, you have feeder roads, right? Drainage and all these things. You have hydrological services. You have a drip program with equipment. Let's put all these together. Let's have a coordinated effort to desilt our drains, construct drains where necessary, and prevent flooding. Why do we always want to add on when the ones we have are not being utilized? Or the ones we are supposed to have, they don't exist? The drip machines, they no longer exist in our system?
See, let me read this quickly for you. You'll understand the problems we find ourselves in. This is Building the Nation by Henry Barlow. It says, today I did my share in building the nation. I drove a permanent secretary to an important urgent function. The menu reflected its importance: cold bell beer with small talk, and then fried chicken with the niceties, wine to fill the hollowness of the laugh, ice cream to cover the stereotype jokes, coffee to keep the peers awake. On the return journey, I drove the permanent secretary back. He yawned many times in the back of the car. Then, to keep awake, he suddenly asked, did you have any lunch, my friend? I replied, looking straight ahead and secretly smiling at his belated concern, that I had not, but was slimming. Upon which he said with seriousness, that amused more than annoyed me. Me too, I had none. Listen to him, the man that had all of that. And he said, I attended to matters of state, highly delicate diplomatic duties, you know. And friend, it goes against my grain, causes me stomach ulcers and wine and wind. He continued yawning again. The pains we suffer in building the nation. So the PS had ulcers too. My ulcers, I think, are equally painful, only they are caused by hunger, not sumptuous lunch. Now, it is the pretense, the hypocrisy. We pretend to do lots of things, but underneath those is all parochial interest.
Let me bring you our final story before we go. I'm treated worse than a traitor. Suspended CJ alleges psychological torture. That story is on my Joe Online. All the angles to do with the latest from the CJ suspension and the hearing is on my Joe Online. Check them out. And later on the show, we'll read something that somebody has written about how we are basically mismanaging all the arms of government and bringing them into disrepute, and how as a nation we must pay attention to that and bring honor to governance. We'll share that with you.
Okay, time now for the BBC News, brought to us by Fidelity Bank. Believe with us.
Low-income countries. America, the Human Plasma Factory. Thursday at 1:30 and 8:30 GMT. Business Daily is in 30 minutes.
Today, China dominates the processing of critical minerals, vital for green energy, defense and manufacturing. But it's not all happening in China. We head to Indonesia, where Chinese firms run local nickel plants. So does China have too much control over this industry?
This is the BBC World Service, the world's radio station. The
This week on People Fixing the World from the BBC World Service, we are back in the beautiful country of Malawi to meet inspiring people who are trying to tackle the country's waste problem. We'll visit refugees reusing plastic to improve their lives and talk to the woman who set up a quirky recycling cafe.
As a business, we're trying to own the waste that we produce and to be mindful of that. We serve all of our drinks in recycled bottles and jars, and so they're easy conversation openers.
Also, we'll sing and dance at a compost site with dedicated waste warriors.
She says she's very happy that they're no longer a laughing stock of the community, because what you see now, we're referred to as a bunch of crazy women dealing with waste. But now people eye them differently. They look at them as the millionaires of town.
I'm Myra Anubi, and I'll be back with more about recycling in Malawi on People Fixing the World right after the BBC News.
Hello, I'm Justine Green with the BBC News. A controversial aid supply group supported by the US and Israel says it's delivered truckloads of food to what it called secure distribution sites in Gaza. It's not clear how much aid the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation gave out. A picture on Israeli media shows only a few men carrying boxes despite the desperate need. Our correspondent in Jerusalem, Yolande Nell, says the UN and other aid agencies oppose the new system for delivering aid.
It involves Palestinians having to cross Israeli military lines, they say, and it also involves using armed American security contractors. They've said that this is all unethical and unworkable. Previously, the UN and other agencies were distributing aid through 400 or so sites across the whole of the Gaza Strip. But Israel's claim is that Hamas has been diverting aid for its own benefit. That's something that the UN says has not happened in any significant amounts.
In Britain, 4 children were among 47 people injured when a car ploughed into a crowd during a parade to celebrate Liverpool Football Club winning the Premier League. Police say the incident is not connected to terrorism. Rowan Bridge is in Liverpool.
A 53-year-old white British man from the Liverpool area has been arrested. Police say he's believed to be the driver. Late last night, the Assistant Chief Constable of Merseyside Police, Jenny Sims, gave this update.
What I can tell you is that we believe this to be an isolated incident, and we are not currently looking for anyone else in relation to it.
Attention is bound to now focus on how the car came to be on the street as thousands of Liverpool fans left the area, and how what should have been a day of triumph ended in tragedy.
North Korea has strongly criticised the US's plan to build a missile shield, calling it a serious threat that could turn space into a nuclear battleground. President Trump announced the plan for the so-called Golden Dome defence system last week, with the aim to bolster the US defences. But Pyongyang says it risks triggering an arms race and raising tensions with nuclear-armed countries. Earlier, China also voiced similar concerns, accusing the US of putting global security at risk. Police in New Zealand say a 19-year-old has died after taking part in a social media challenge. The teenager sustained a serious head injury after playing the game with friends over the weekend. From Sydney, Katie Watson reports.
Australian-based organisation Run It says it's the world's fiercest new collision sport. Others, though, call it a dangerous viral craze. 2 players with no protective gear charge at each other at full speed. The aim is to knock down the other player. It's controversial, but has a growing fan base in a part of the world where contact sports such as rugby and Australian rules football are hugely popular. Doctors, though, have warned of the dangers of the challenge.
You're listening to World News from the BBC. King Charles will deliver a speech at Canada's Parliament later on Tuesday that's expected to offer his support in the country's dispute with President Trump over threats to Canada's sovereignty. The Canadian Prime Minister Mark Carney invited the King to deliver the speech at the opening of Parliament following his recent general election victory. It'll be the first time a monarch has delivered the throne speech that opens Parliament in almost 50 years. Kenya has stopped the planned opening of a liaison office in Nairobi by Somalia's breakaway region of Somaliland. In a statement, Kenya's foreign ministry said it recognised the Federal Republic of Somalia as a sovereign state and could not allow Somaliland to have a diplomatic office in Nairobi. Somaliland declared independence in 1991 and has since struggled to get international recognition. Scientists in Spain say they've discovered the oldest human fingerprint and say it could be proof that Neanderthals created art. Clisia Sala has more details.
It's a discovery that could prove Neanderthals were capable of abstract thought and artistic creativity and start a debate over whether modern humans were the first artists. Researchers excavated a pebble in Segovia, central Spain, and found a 43,000-year-old complete fingerprint on it, the world's oldest. They think a Neanderthal dipped a finger in red pigment and painted what appears to be a nose on a pebble resembling a face. Archaeologists believe it could be one of the earliest examples of artistic expression.
A Canadian man has been sentenced to almost 2 years in prison for stealing a famous photograph of Winston Churchill, Britain's Prime Minister during the Second World War. Geoffrey Wood pleaded guilty to stealing the original print from a hotel in Ottawa 4 years ago and replacing it with a fake. The picture was found in Italy last year in possession of a buyer who was not aware that it had been stolen. BBC News.
When you wake up in the morning and you know the money calling, oh, you go work, but you know it's out on your side. If I believe with us, if I hold my hand and believe, oh, cause you know it's out on your side. And when you dream, no say I did for you. And when you hustle every day, when you wanna go, anything you do, I did for you. If I believe I did your side, fidelity. If I believe with us, fidelity. If I know I did your side, fidelity.
We outline 8 key pillars of the economic reset that we envisage. Number 1 is completing the IMF program with discipline. We'll continue the discipline in government expenditure and borrowing and work to achieve all targets under the extended credit fund with a program with the IMF. We expect to conclude the 4th review of the IMF program in June 2025 with a target to exit at the end of the program in 2026. And thereafter, we'll participate in Article 4 consultations and adopt the policy support instrument framework, signaling Ghana's return to responsible, non-borrowing engagement.
For decades, we have helped businesses connect with their trade partners all over the globe. From Ghana to Burkina Faso, Côte d'Ivoire, Benin, Togo, Senegal, China, Morocco, France, Netherlands, and many other countries. We have made it possible to bring Ghana to the world. We have brought small and medium businesses closer to their customers across the regions in Ghana with our SME support facilities. We have brought relief and smiles to the faces of families with our employee personal loans. With our cutting-edge technology and digital support, we take the burden of complex thinking off you, making life simple. That is who we are, as close as a partner. Bank of Africa. We are indeed the African bank with the global reach.
The rewards are big with Compute Ghana. Get extra savings, extra value on everything you buy at Compute Ghana. All thanks to the Macho CD. This is not just your regular Prime Week, this is Prime Week Extra. That's right, as your CD goes further, Prime Week goes extra. Enjoy our slash prices across all IT, mobile and home appliance brands as much as up to 50% off. Visit any Compute Ghana showroom or website to shop for Prime Week Extra and let your CD rule the discount. Call 030-275-2020 or WhatsApp 024-314-3143 for enquiries. This Prime Week is extra. Save more.
Paying or getting paid? Koba day for you.
Driver, I don't have cash on you.
Oh, madam, you can pay through Koba.
Oh, you use Koba too? That makes it easy.
Receive payment from your customers and make bulk payment in just a few clicks. Madam, I received the money.
Hello, Coffee.
Mom, you still haven't sent me the airtime and the house internet is finished. My game.
I'm sorry, darling. Doing that right away.
With Koba, you can send airtime to your friends and family and load data for some great entertainment.
Madam, here
are the foodstuff.
Thank you.
You can use the short code *365# or the Koba mobile app to make your payment.
Get a designated short code today and start receiving payment with real-time visibility into all your payments with Koba. Pay your suppliers and staff in just a few clicks. For more information, call 0200-404010.
Koba there, you click pew
And you hear pew pew. Transaction done.
Koba, our lives simplified.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the game of choices. Listen with rapt attention. Round 1, question 1. Elevator or stairs?
Stairs.
Now the second question. Less than 4 hours or at least 6 hours of sleep at night?
At least 6 hours of sleep.
The last question. Yomi yogurt or...
Yomi yogurt, of course.
Oh, I'm not done.
No need. That's my choice. Yomi yogurt.
Life is full of choices. Always remember that the choices we make today shape our tomorrow. Whether it's a morning start, a midday snack, or a dessert, our delicious Yomi yogurt is here to nourish you. Yummy, a nourishing choice. This advert is FDA approved.
If you have 250 Ghana cedis right now, it can do wonders for you. Chairman, Fabeji, it could turn your tears into joy in the Access Bank Fakitwa Beji Kesiye promo. Madam, Fabeji, it could get you up to 50,000 Ghana cedis cash prize. Business owner, Fabeji, as a student, make transactions with your Access Bank card, and that could get you Spotify and Netflix subscriptions, PS5, iPhone 16 Pro Max, and more. This be out of class senso. Fabeji, you see what 250 Ghana cedis can do for you? And Gasakra. Fabeji, it's the Access Bank Fakitwa Beji Kesiye promo. Deposit a minimum of 250 Ghana cedis and its multiples in your new or existing account and be on your way to winning a share of the 580,000 Ghana cedis in cash prizes and other amazing rewards. The more you deposit, the more your chances of winning. Promo runs from now to September 2025. This promo is in partnership with NLA on the Caritas Lottery platform. Terms and conditions apply. Access Bank, more than banking.
Many faces.
Why, you want to hear a voice in every song? Like you want to hear singing and rapping and verses and everything.
We need freedom, the different
Oh, Papa Kofi.
Oh my goodness. Really, my name is
But this is good music.
No, it's good. I like it, but I was just asking myself,
imagine lying in a hammock with your headphone on your head, some nice chilled juice on the side, some cool breeze blowing over you, and listening to this.
We have to be in your farm.
Why not yours?
Oh well, my farmhouse is incomplete. So when completed, but in the meantime, yours is complete. So we can get there. And,
Kofi.
Yes. Anyway, this morning we're having a conversation about President Mahama's 8 pillars for economic transformation. Talks about lots of things, including this.
Let me outline 8 key pillars of the economic reset that we envisage. Number 1 is completing the IMF program with discipline. We'll continue the discipline in government expenditure and borrowing and work to achieve all targets under the extended credit fund with a program with the IMF. We expect to conclude the 4th review of the IMF program in June 2025 with a target to exit at the end of the program in 2026. And thereafter, I will participate in Article 4 consultations and adopt the policy support instrument framework, signaling Ghana's return to responsible, non-borrowing engagement.
Now, he also talks about infrastructure development. He talks about streamlining local government financing and also making sure that we return to the domestic and international capital market. So this morning we're going to be getting into the details. We're going to be getting expert views on what President John Dramani Mahama intends to do, the 8 pillars that he believes would help reset the Ghanaian economy and set it on a path for economic transformation. As always, we do this with you. We'd love to hear from you. Join us on X, use the hashtag JoySMS, and then on WhatsApp 055-1111-997. Also coming up this morning, you can tell us what your thoughts are on the new ways of introducing road tolls.
Yeah,
I like that. I like the fact that I'll be in my house and then I'm billed, then you pay. It's that simple. Okay, it's that simple. I know some people would ask, what if you don't pay? You will pay. Oh no, you'd have to pay. I mean,
by force.
If I had money, for instance, instance, I would want to construct the Accra Tema motorway and toll it. Yeah.
The last time the PPP department of the Finance Ministry put something out on that road, it's a long time ago, like 2015, 2016. It was going to cost around $500 million to construct that. So you raise that $500 million, construct a 6-lane motorway, put toll booths all around, smart ones, not the ones we have to queue to pay.
No.
And when any vehicle gets onto that 19-kilometer expanse of a road, they pay.
Yeah. You pay. It's as simple as that.
So people pay for the convenience, they pay for the safety, they pay for the infrastructure.
Yeah.
And you amortize it over a long time, and you get your money back.
And we do same Accra and Kumasi, Accra and Takrady, and you see Accra and all the major roads.
So from Kokomlemle to KNUST junction, that is the tech junction in Kumasi, is 241 kilometers. So if you are driving at a constant speed of 120 kilometers, all things being equal, you should be able to reach Kumasi in 2 hours, not the current 7-8 hours.
Why would you want to take a flight?
So if that road is constructed, right? And let me give you examples of cars that can do 120 kilometers constantly. From your Kia Morning to your Toyota Starlet to all the cars in the range, from the mid-range, the 1.0 liter vehicles to your V8s, they can all do 120 kilometers constantly. So at this point, you don't even need to find money to buy bigger cars.
No.
120 kilometers, you just even do 100 kilometers per hour. You reach there in 2 hours, 30 minutes. And that saves you time. Your shocks are saved. Your fuel economy is improved. So if I asked you to pay a toll of, say, 50 cedis in, 50 cedis out to use that road with all the convenience I've mentioned to you, would you? Mind you, if you are going to fly, if your flight takes off at 6, you need to leave home at, say, 4:30 a.m. Get to the airport, check in, fly for 45 minutes, arrive. So within the period you do all those exercises, if you were going to drive straight, you probably would have.
You probably would have arrived. And you know that you're very right when it comes to flying. You have to get there sometimes 2 hours before time, and then wait, and then you go through the checking processes, and it takes you, 35 to 40 minutes to get to your destination. If you're going to say Kumasi, between 30 and 40 minutes, and then you also would have to go through arrival formalities, wait for your luggage and all of that. Look, all of these things, you're safe of all these things. So I sincerely believe that it's something we should consider.
Yeah.
And I sincerely believe that pension funds can do the trick. We have too much money, paid to government every week, for recurrent expenditure.
So should SNIT start leading this, since it's the biggest pension, and it's the state is the key shareholder of SNIT?
They should.
Should we push SNIT to invest in roads?
Yes. Not those projects that have turned to dust that they've been investing in.
Like which ones?
Like the flats that they've built and some of the hotels that they've sold cheap.
But anyway, we can have a conversation about the accommodation investment of SNIT. But let me tell you about the Total Excellium new formula. Imagine driving on the new improved Kumasi Accra highway and cruising at 120 kilometers with Excel new formula in your car. Your car will thank you for the experience. And look, whilst you're waiting for that, you can still use Total Energy's Excellium new formula, because it's made to enhance the performance of your engine. It cleans your engine, it extends its life, and it lowers your fuel consumption. So go to any Total Energies outlet across the country, fill your tank with Total Excellium new formula, enjoy its anti-corrosion, anti-wear, and the detergent additives, and enjoy your drive. Like you would drive, experience the difference with Total Energies Excellium new formula. Choose Excellium, choose quality.
So hello there, grab the chance to win big in the Access Bank Fakitwa Beji Kesie promo. Simply deposit a minimum of 250 Ghana cedis into your new or existing Access Bank current or savings account to join the promo. Increase it to 500 Ghana cedis or more and qualify for a draw for our young customers. A solo account, spend 500 cedis or more with any Access Visa card and qualify for a reward. The more you deposit, the higher chances of winning. So don't sit back. Deposit now and stand a chance to win a share of the over 500,000 Ghana cedis in cash and other amazing rewards like PS5, iPhone 16, Chromebook, and much more in our 4 monthly mini draws and 2 mega draws. This promo runs from now till September 2025. It's in partnership with NLA on the Caritas Lottery platform. Terms and conditions apply. Join the Fakitwa Beji Kesie train. Save now for the future and win big. For more information, visit our website, ghana.accessbankplc.com, or call our toll-free number 0800 004400. Access Bank, more than banking.
Now, Charlie, Winston, there is good news from Toyota Ghana Company Limited.
The Starlet.
Yes. On the 30th of May. When is 30th, crap? Today is 27th. Friday.
Some people will be payday.
The payday has not landed. Payday is supposed to be 24th.
Said for some people. For some people. Some people, they are now singing.
Charlie Samuel, damn, stop that. Payday is 24th. Some people are singing,
when will this payday be? Will this payday be Monday?
I know some people to their payday is the 9th of the next month too.
I have a friend who works with the local government service.
Yeah.
By this time you see him, Charlie, he's chilling. Also,
Now, Toyota Ghana Limited is offering free diagnostics, discounted maintenance, and 20% off Toyota spare parts exclusively for all Toyota Starlet owners on the 30th of May, which is this Friday. Visit any of their branches in Accra, Graphic Road, Legon, or Motorway, and in Tema and Kumasi, Takrady, and Takwa, and enjoy unbeatable value for money while exploring exciting trading offers too. Now, rush to Toyota for a new Toyota Starlet at any of the Toyota showrooms today and enjoy 1 year or 20,000 kilometers, whichever comes first, free service with an extended warranty of 5 years or 120,000 kilometers, whichever comes first. Own your stardom with a new Toyota Starlet and make your automobile dream a reality today. And mind you, when you go, you can also test drive. If you want to drive brand new Tierra, just go to any Toyota outlet on the 30th of May and enjoy all these things. Terms and conditions apply. Ghana drives the Toyota Starlet.
Great. Now, I'm sure you've heard about the good news that SG Ghana is giving away lots of amazing prizes, including a brand new luxurious Toyota RAV4 Adventure in the SG Ghana Deposit and Drive promo. Simply deposit 500 Ghana cedis or multiples of it into your SG Ghana account and stand a chance of winning big. Now, non-customers can open an account to participate. So from now till the 30th of May 2025, you can win amazing prizes, including trips to Singapore or Dubai, Samsung mobile phones, air fryers, microwaves, TVs, or the ultimate prize, a brand new Toyota RAV4 from Toyota Ghana Company Limited. Media will be 7 Wati. And the more you deposit, the better your chances of winning. So join the SG Ghana Deposit and Drive promo today. Visit your nearest branch or call 0302-214-314 for further inquiries. This promo is regulated by NLA on the Caritas Lottery platform. Terms and conditions apply. Societe Generale, the future is you.
If you want to buy office essentials, equipment and furniture at affordable prices, go to Kingdom Books and Stationery Limited and make it even easier on yourself. Go to kingdomstoreonline.com and buy everything you need. It's hassle free. They will arrange delivery to your homes and offices within a reasonable time, and they offer free delivery within Accra and Tema and accept payment via Momo across all networks. Terms and conditions, however, apply. At Kingdom, quality and affordability is their hallmark.
So, you know that every time we eat, food and sugars are trapped between our teeth, leading to tooth decay, gum disease, and in some cases foul breath. Well, brushing your teeth every morning and night with Pepsodent Cavity Fighter gives your teeth the protection they need, leaving you with 10 times stronger teeth. And Pepsodent Cavity Fighter is fortified with pro-fluoride and micro-calcium ingredients, sealing tiny and invisible holes in your teeth, which prevents cavities, keeps your teeth strong and mouth healthy. And Pepsodent Cavity comes in 175 gram big family pack, 120 gram Ejakwa pack, 65 gram and 12 gram sachet. So you can always get what you can afford at any time. Don't just use toothpaste that brushes your teeth. Use Pepsodent that protects your teeth. And always remember to brush your teeth in the morning and before you sleep at night. Pepsodent has been educating Ghanaians on how to brush their teeth for 25 years and is recommended by the Ghana Dental Association, and it gives you the opportunity to talk to your dentist for free. Call toll-free 0800-16-1000 to talk to your dentist for free. You can get Pepsodent at any shop near you. Call their customer care center on toll-free 0800-2030. Pepsodent, every smile matters. Kojo, you brush your teeth every morning. I don't do.
Before my buff root. If you don't brush your teeth every morning and evening, especially in the morning, how do you taste the buff root properly?
I don't all the time. So
yes.
When I read this thing, it reminds me that sometimes. So a few times you do, then you have Madam asking what has changed.
You need pro-fluoride.
Not a bad one. Not a bad one. Anyway.
And the micro-calcium ingredients. Yes,
I'll start trying.
Let me tell you about Syntex tanks. If you are looking for water tanks, get the one with the tortoise on it. That is Syntex tank, the champion of water tanks. It's strong, it's durable, built to handle the Ghanaian weather, rain or shine. Syntex has your back. So go outside, check your tank. If it doesn't have the tortoise on it, it's time to upgrade. Join the Syntex tank family today and enjoy water storage that's tough like a tortoise. Call them on 0244 335 168. or find any of their 400 agents nationwide, or go to syntexgh.com. Syntex tank, you're strong, you're tough.
Now your birthday messages, sports coming up after these.
Afternoon.
Oh, afternoon.
Please, Momo.
Deposit or withdrawal?
Withdrawal.
Ah, I like how you say withdrawal. How much?
500 Ghana.
Wow, I'll cash out.
Yes.
I feel ball number no mami why?
0241 789.
Ah, nice one. Approve.
Please, the agent's name, is it Mipiska Bebre to Coin Ventures?
Hey, into what body ni na?
She. My let I have to verify.
Always confirm the name of the person you are receiving money from before accepting a request. If you receive a request from a friend to send money to an unfamiliar number, call to confirm before taking action. Do not share your number with strangers for the purpose of receiving e-cash in exchange for physical cash, because the source could be criminal and result in legal actions against you.
MTN.
Ever wondered what else your Standard Chartered Visa card can do? It is not just for taking money from ATMs. Your Standard Chartered Visa card is the enjoyment card. Use it to shop at malls and supermarkets and for all your online transactions. Book and pay for that overdue vacation online and win fantastic rewards like airtime, Melcon gift vouchers, and a weekend stay at a plush hotel and many more. It is the enjoyment card. So next time you're about to make any payment, let your Standard Chartered Visa card lead the way, not cash. It is your gateway to secure, convenient, and rewarding payments. Visit the 360 Rewards website for more information. Standard Chartered, here for good.
FPAC is effective for headaches and relieves the symptoms of flu, colds, and catarrh. FPAC blows away the pain associated with sore throats. During and after a hard day's work, FPAC relieves you of body pains. After the day's sports workout, FPAC helps the body to control the aching muscles. FPAC is effective against feverishness. FPAC reduces body temperature associated with malaria and other fevers. FPAC is effective against rheumatic pains. You can find FPAC in all pharmacy and chemical select shops throughout the country. FPAC is not recommended for children less than 16 years of age, ulcer and asthmatic patients, pregnant and lactating mothers. If symptoms persist for more than 2 days, consult your doctor. FPAC blows your pain away.
FPAC Junior follows in the tradition of FPAC tablets, a trusted friend to relieve your child of pain associated with teething, catarrh, cold and fever. The good that FPAC does for you, FPAC Junior does for your child. FPAC Junior is for children between 6 months and 12 years. FPAC Junior blows your child's pain away.
And time for birthday messages here on the Super Morning Show, brought to us by
MTN. Everywhere you go.
And Bank of Africa, the African bank with global reach. Bank of Africa, as strong as a group,
as close as a partner.
This boy, you just walked in. Take your time, man. Let them welcome you. You are just, Atahiru.
Thank you, Atahiru.
Ajaga. Atahiru. Ajaga. The man has gone to enjoy you. Hey, life is good. Anyway, Atahiru.
Bomdi mame.
Memo fanzana.
Mame. Atahiru mame. That's stretchy hero.
Some person catch you up. Some drink.
Ata.
Okay, now let's do it. Now time for the birthday messages. This one from my very good friend, the Dean of the High Life Faculty, Papa Kofi Nyako, says, please wish Gloria Arabadadze a happy birthday for me. So happy birthday to you, Gloria. And happy birthday to my daughter, Fafali Afi Ata. From all of us, Bubune and Jay, Mom and Dad, we pray for a special day filled with love, joy, and wonderful surprises. You light up our lives, and we love you so much. Happy birthday to Mrs. Cynthia Edu, Deputy Registrar at the Office of the Pro-Vice Chancellor, Research, Innovation, and Development of the University of Ghana. From your husband, Ken, your children, Kwame Menu, and Ahmed Edubia, and the Edu family of Abelinkpe and Sarkodie family of Kumasi. This one says, happy birthday to Peter Wright, Associate Director, Audit Department of Deloitte. From your country managing partner Daniel and all staff of Deloitte. And finally, happy birthday to Miss Alberta Frimpomate, who's a sales and customer representative at Ash Foam Ghana Limited Spinters. Wishing you good health and good wealth in everything you do. It's coming from Anku Letru.
And happy birthday to Abrantia Prince Owusu Chenchehine from the Kumasi High School students and your juniors to you. Happy birthday to you. And also going out to Ahmed Habib Ibrahim. Happy birthday to you. I'm told that today is Hassan Hassan Tampuli's birthday.
Oh, happy birthday!
Yes, happy birthday to you, Mr. Hassan Tampuli. What's his constituency, Paul?
Gushegu.
Yeah. Happy birthday to you.
Today is the birthday of Asahini. Alexander. Kwamina. I was member of parliament for Efutu and minority leader of Ghana's parliament.
They must organize a party in parliament today.
So from all of us here at the multimedia group, and also from all at Image Bureau to you.
Yeah.
And today is also the birthday of Caleb Ajoma.
Oh, okay. A.K.A. Giovanni.
Bagbalaja. So happy birthday to you, Giovanni. Also coming from all the team at Image Bureau, which means we can now get into the Sports Center, and it's brought to us by
MTN.
And everywhere you go, Standard Chartered Bank
here for good.
Franco Trading still phone Papa Perfie, and FPAC blows your pain away. And of course, the football season, is heated up, and so we're waiting for the Champions League final live and in HD at the end of May. So make sure you watch it on DSTV, your home of entertainment.
And Standard Chartered's Future Makers Women in Tech program exists to give women entrepreneurs the platform to speak bold ideas, build thriving businesses, and drive real impact where it matters most. Now, if you join or if you participate, you'll gain a dedicated portfolio manager to help shape your business, access to seed funding of up to $10,000, the Ghana Cedi equivalent, tailored masterclasses and mentorship opportunities, and a vibrant alumni network. So go to scwomenintechgh.com to apply now and take your business to the next level. Standard Chartered, here for good.
And if you're looking for a smarter, more convenient way to stay connected, then it's time to live seamlessly with MTN's eSIM. Now, you don't have to carry multiple phones around, because with MTN eSIM, you can have multiple numbers linked to just one smartphone. Just dial *#06# to check your phone's eligibility. Download my MTN app or visit the MTN website to request your eSIM. You can also visit any of our service centers nationwide to get easy hands-on assistance. So go seamless with MTN eSIM for convenience and seamless connectivity. So what are we doing today?
Yes, and the leagues may be coming to an end. The Tumu League just ended over the weekend, which was organized by Fentu Tahiru Fentu. But the football action continues. Yes, and up next is the tournament where football meets culture and serious bragging rights are on the line. The Unity Cup is bringing together the national teams of Nigeria, Ghana, Jamaica, and Trinidad and Tobago. And all the games are live on DSTV and GoTV from the 27th to 31st of May. So it begins today. The Jollof Derby between Ghana and Niger is happening tomorrow. So watch the games on GoTV Value and DSTV Access packages. You can dial *759# for more information, and also enjoy the tournament where every goal tells a story, every match creates a memory. GoTV, love it. DSTV, your home of entertainment. And my brother Fintu is back.
Yes. Good morning to you, Kojo, and that's where we'll continue that Unity Cup match between Ghana and Nigeria. That's happening tomorrow night, and already many key players have been excluded from the Ghana squad for that game against Nigeria. The squad was released yesterday, just 48 hours to the game, following a clamor from Ghanaians for the squad to be made public. The key players missing, with some explanations here and there. There are new names also making the squad. For insights into the team that Otoado is presenting for the game against Nigeria tomorrow, here's Joy Sports' Haruna Mubarak.
Deputy Captain Thomas Partey, Mohamed Kudus, Antoine Semenyo, and Inaki Williams have been left out of Ghana's 23-man squad for the upcoming 2025 Unity Cup. Now, Barcelona youngster Abdul Aziz Issa and Mohamed Fuseni of Union SG are among the 5 debutants named in the squad. Asante Kotoko forward Kwame Opoku returns to the squad for the first time in 4 years and is one of the 4 home-based players selected. Salis Abdul Samed, Majid Ashimero, and Felix Afenajan are the other notable returnees. Now, the team captained by Jordan Ayew will face Nigeria on Wednesday in their Unity Cup opener.
That's Haruna Mubarak there, with many key players not in the squad. Then head coach Otoado says it's an opportunity to give young players the chance to prove themselves.
For us, we really need to know. We have so many open questions on players, and I'm happy to give also some new and young players some possibilities to play and to show what they can. And surely after this tournament, some question will be answered. And yeah, for us also, we have a big community here in England. It's very, very important for us also for them to see and feel the players. And so for us, it's a very, very good opportunity to play in this, participate in this tournament.
Otuado there. He has also said that the Unity Cup is a good preparatory tournament for the crucial 2026 World Cup qualifiers in September against Chad and Mali.
All the culture meets. It's a big festival. It's very, very nice to be here, and surely we are using this opportunity to do further tests, to test our players, to see our players on a very, very high level. And we're happy that we are getting this opportunity. And for us, it's surely a good test for the upcoming World Cup qualifying games in September.
Otuado there. Remember that there are 2 matches happening today and tomorrow. The first game will be tonight, 6:45 p.m. Jamaica take on Trinidad and Tobago. Before that, Ghana versus Nigeria game on Wednesday. The winners of those 2 matches will then face off in the final. Now, the team trained yesterday in London with 16 players ahead of tomorrow's clash against Nigeria. Of course, 6 more players: Ebenezer Anna, Mohamed Salisu, Aaron Aysel, Ibrahim Sulemana, Felix Afenajan, and Mohamed Husseini. They are expected to join the team today. Meanwhile, President of the Ghana Football Association, Kojo Akoto, he's expressed belief that investment in youth football will bring the team to its glory days.
The Black Stars have had a not too stable performance. But I think that our clarion call to the entire sporting company to be supportive of the Black Stars have yielded good results. Now the confidence of the boys seem to be back, and with the level of the investment we're making in youth football development, with the level of investment we're making in talent development, I think that the production of intangible assets to the Black Stars would continue, and that will make the team much stronger.
Kojo Akoto, the GFA president. Inaki Williams, he's also missing from the squad, but it's good news for him in Spain. He's been named the captain of Athletic Bilbao. That was after the retirement of Oscar de Marcos, their long-standing captain. Let's do boxing now, where the America Amateur Committee uncovered systematic and structural lapses in the Ghana Boxing Authority's internal architecture during its investigations into the death of Nigerian boxer Gabriel Olanrewaju. Joy Sports' Victor Achutamaklo has more in this report.
In its investigations, the committee established that the GBA sanctioned the bouts even when there was no valid contract between the Nigerian boxer and the fight promoter. The GBA also admitted that it had not had a certified medical doctor in its employ for the past 3 years and did not insist on the mandatory pre-bout tests. There were no medical doctors at ringside either. Eko Asma, who served on the 7-member committee, wants the sports ministry to carry out a full audit of the GBA's operations.
So they're already operating without a license, and that's a grave offense already. Which gives cause for concern and for action to be taken. So radical reform got to take place, and an audit of the GBA will decide. Once the audit is done, it will decide which direction it should go. And then with the promoters, it's also about the audit of the GBA, because its operations are under scrutiny. So once the financial audit starts, all aspects of the operations of the Ghana Boxing Authority will come into perspective, and it will be under scrutiny, and so whatever has fallen short will be addressed.
That's a very interesting conversation there, and we'll be following the progress of that particular report as it unfolds in the coming days. Let's move away from boxing to NFL, and former National Football League player Isaiah Stambach is in Ghana to explore the possibility of setting up a sports academy in the country. The academy, when established, will not only train Ghanaian youth in soccer but other sporting activities including American football and basketball. Speaking to journalists in Accra on Monday as part of his 4-day visit to Ghana, Mr. Stambach said there is so much talent in Ghana that it's become imperative to harness it and showcase it to the world.
Coming to Ghana, I wanted to come listen and learn. I wanted to find out exactly what the need was here for such a thing as a sports academy that kind of isn't as specific as just soccer. Something that can be opened up to athletes that could potentially carry over to other sports. So I wanted to come listen, learn, experience. I did not want to come with my own ideas and push them out. I wanted to hear from the community leaders. I wanted to hear from the government. I wanted to hear what the heartbeat of the country was to figure out exactly how my expertise and others that I know can best serve the community.
As I stand back, former NFL player there. Now, former Manchester United boss Eric Ten Hag, he signed a 2-year contract to succeed Xabi Alonso as head coach of German club Bayer Leverkusen. It's the first managerial role that Ten Hag has taken since his departure from United in October. Alonso, of course, is gone to Real Madrid. Now, Liverpool Football Club's the Premier League victory parade that descended into chaos on Monday evening after a car collided with pedestrians in the city centre, leaving nearly 50 people injured, including children. A 53-year-old white British man believed to be the driver of the vehicle was arrested at the scene of the collision on Water Street in the heart of the city, meters from the Royal Liver Building and the Town Hall, after roads had been reopened after the main parade. So a very unfortunate incident. I don't know if Winston saw the pictures or the videos. It was awful to see. He just rammed into a parade of people like his head no day. And then when he went into when he finally came to a stop, the way they were beating him before he was arrested, those things don't only happen in Ghana. They happen anywhere. If you run into people, they will beat you before they call the police. The guy chopped beating. They started beating the side of the car before they opened the door, pulled him out and beat him further. But how do you drive and run into people? He injured 50 people.
Exactly.
That's madness. I don't know.
It is.
It's not okay. But we're still counting down to Hits FM rep your jersey on Saturday.
Yeah, Saturday.
I hope you're coming.
Oh, yes.
Who are you backing?
PSG.
Why?
Must I explain why I'm supporting PSG?
Yes, you're a United fan. So explain why you are supporting PSG.
You support which team? Inter Milan.
Yes.
Why? You see, I've done the same thing to you.
It doesn't need the Champions League.
No, PSG does.
They do.
They haven't won it before. And
in fact, no French club has won the Champions League since Abedi Ayew, Pele, and his Marseille did in 1993.
So I expect, I told you about the Michael Owen situation.
Yeah.
I expect same to happen at PSG when Kylian Mbappe, decided to go to Real Madrid, except that now he is not going to be leaving after a season, as Michael Owen did.
Yeah.
But PSG has become stronger because now they play as a team.
They do.
Yeah.
And they've invested a lot in younger players.
Yeah.
But even more importantly, they've made the French boys the core of a team.
Yeah.
So, and that, because they wanted to reclaim the identity of the team and make the core and the spine fully French.
That midfield, those short boys.
Vitinha.
Those guys can play. They prevent you from...
They're unbelievable. 2 Portuguese boys. What? Unbelievable.
No wonder Ugarte couldn't get some to play.
Yeah.
Anyway.
So we meet on Saturday?
Yes.
We meet on Saturday. Aviation Social Center.
Yeah.
It's an all-day event. So don't just stay at home and come only for the kickoff at 7. Come there. There are pool games happening. The 5-a-side football happening. There's a lot of chinchinga from the beginning to the end. So yeah, it'll be a lot of fun. Bring the kids. Because Aviation Social Center has a lot of cool places. Blazes there. So many things you can do there for the whole day.
Exactly. So let's get interactive. Maybe you can also tell us the team that you expect to win. Join us on X. Use the hashtag JoySMS, and then on WhatsApp 05511119997. Social media messages brought to us by EcoBank, a better way, a better Africa, and number 10 liver salt, a refreshing relief.
And every day people face different emergencies. The police emergencies come, fire emergencies come, medical emergencies, you name them. Many emergencies. But many Ghanaians don't know their emergency numbers. Here's one you'd want to remember. *770#. That's the EcoBank Money emergency number. It gives you instant access to loans, fund transfers, utility bill payments, airtime and data purchases, and so much more. You don't need internet for this. Just dial *770#. No need to panic in any money emergency. EcoBank will always come to your rescue. Dial star 770 hash now for solutions to your money emergencies. EcoBank, the Pan-African Bank.
And on Big Stories this morning, brought to us by Telecel Connecting Energies, Yummy Yogurt, a nourishing choice. Our focus is on the 8 pillars for economic reset and transformation.
And Big Stories are brought to you by Telecel. Telecel Cash, your secure and convenient cash platform, is still offering the lowest charges ever. Even better, sending money from Telecel Cash to Telecel Cash is still free on the Telecel Play app. So whether you're paying school fees or sending cash to your favorite people, send the keke. And remember, you can make your payment to all other networks anywhere cash transfer is accepted as a means of payment. Dial star 110 hash or download the Telecel Play app today. Now send the keke.
When we return after these messages, we're getting into the conversation. We're getting into the assessment of the 8 pillars. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
Telecel Cash has the lowest transfer charges ever in Ghana. Send a keke with Telecel Cash. You for sort out your old boy? Send a keke. Your girl they bill you? Send a keke. Merchant payment? Send a keke to all networks. T-Cash agents in Swatch baby. You won't buy some 1212. Send a keke. And even better, T-Cash to T-Cash transfers are still free on the Telecel Play app. Telecel Cash is a secure and convenient platform for cash transfers across all networks and anywhere mobile money transactions are made. Dial star 110 hash to send money at the lowest charges ever, or download the Telecel Play app to send cash to T-Cash wallets for free. Telecel Cash. Send the keke.
EcoBank Mobile to make me say, EcoBank Mobile to make me crazy. Download it and use it. It gon' make your life so easy. Download it. You go enjoy it. You can pay bills, you can buy credit, you can pay school fees, even church tights with the Apple. EcoBank Apple. Life is easy with the EcoBank mobile app. You can pay your bills, transfer to and from mobile wallet, virtual card creation, transfer to other banks, express account opening, scan and pay, express cash, all at your fingertips with the EcoBank mobile app. You know it's 5-star life with EcoBank. Can promise.
We shouldn't have gone to that party.
Masa, my head is killing me.
Is that your stomach?
Yes.
What did you eat? I don't know.
Get rid of your gastric problems with number 10 liver salt. Number 10 gives you quick, effective relief from nausea, indigestion, heartburns, hangovers, and hyperacidity. And with different fruity flavors such as orange and lemon, it's a pretty tasty way to end an uncomfortable situation. Number 10 liver salt from Ernest Chemist, because everyone needs a chemist.
This advert has been vetted and approved by FDA.
Morning Show.
Let me outline 8 key pillars of the economic reset that we envisage. Number 1 is completing the IMF program with discipline. We'll continue the discipline in government expenditure and borrowing and work to achieve all targets under the extended credit fund with a program with the IMF. We expect to conclude the 4th review of the IMF program in June 2025 with a target to exit at the end of the program in 2026. And thereafter, we'll participate in Article 4 consultations and adopt the policy support instrument framework, signaling Ghana's return to responsible, non-borrowing engagement.
All right, so that's President John Dramani Mahama yesterday at the 9th CEO Summit and Expo, talking about the 8 pillars for the reset of the Ghanaian economy, what he believes we have to do if we are to achieve the transformation that we need. Now, this morning, we're going to get into that conversation here on the Super Morning Show. He talks about completing the IMF program with discipline, reopening capital markets. He also talks about strengthening sovereign funds and local government financing, clearing arrears and rationalizing public investments, and then accelerating public financial management reforms. He talks about revitalizing export through the Ghana Exim Bank, positioning Ghana as a regional trade and investment hub, and then resuming infrastructure development to stimulate growth.
Yes, so to complete the IMF program, I see one key challenge being balancing austerity measures with social needs and the infrastructure investment. How are we going to balance all those things to ensure that we are able to complete the IMF program and meet all the conditions therein?
Well, that's something they have to be telling us more about. But the challenge has always been that once we exit a fund program, we resort to all the wrong things that we were doing previously. So the general perception, the feeling is that if we go according, and that's what many people had actually advocated, that you didn't need an IMF program.
We could have done it ourselves.
We could have done it ourselves.
Self-imposed discipline.
Well, we tried, except that at that point in time, it was just not working. Again, because, a lot of the times our spendings are influenced by elections. And so there's always pressure on you. But if we can maintain that discipline, we can do that. I know there is a school of thought that are those who have argued that we probably should extend the program for, say, 1 or 2 years. The feeling is that we should go into the next election under an IMF program. And once we do that, it will curtail election-related expenditure. So what that would mean is that we will solidify the gains that we've made. And that will go a long way in helping restructuring the Ghanaian economy. But that's something the politicians do not agree, particularly in the first term. And one time we're having a conversation, we realized that most governments that go to the IMF in their second terms would lose. But a lot of the time, the program starts in another government's term, second term, then you inherit it, and then you continue. So you continue, and then you quickly would exit, and that gives you the leeway to begin expenditure again. But look, if we maintain that fiscal discipline, we will go a long way in transforming this economy, because a lot of the times we actually threw too much money for a little investment, something that sometimes we spend 4 times, 5 times more than what we expected to spend. And that's our problem. So if we're able to do it right, why not? We'll be good to go.
So we should extend by 2 years?
If you ask me, I'd say yes. Yes, because of what I've seen. I do not trust that governments will do the right thing. The moment and we saw it happening in the last administration after the exit of the IMF program in April 2019. We saw what happened by 2022. We're restructuring our debts. Because then we continued with our borrowing, even when it was it was obvious we shouldn't borrow. We still attempted borrowing. And the moment we couldn't achieve our target, the market began asking questions. Yes, you want to ask a question?
Are you suggesting that without external influence or the IMF policing our macroeconomic management and our strategies, we on our own cannot be disciplined enough, strategic enough to manage our fiscal space, to manage our macroeconomic decisions, and to manage our debt? We cannot do that.
The evidence is in a number of times we've gone for an IMF program. That's the evidence. That is the evidence.
Now we should just hive off the fiscal space to IMF to manage for the country.
There's a conversation that one time a president asked the IMF, why are you in a hurry to leave?
So if we can't manage it, then let's just give it to them to manage.
But the evidence is that we've not been able to effectively manage. And, we play around all the time. There's a balance of payment support. Then we are looking for foreign exchange. We always will find words to explain our, what's the right word I want to use? Our non-performance. That's what we always will do.
So without the IMF, without the balance of payment support, if you are strategic enough, We can raise enough foreign exchange locally by growing the real sector in our exports markets. We can manage our fiscal space and not incur a lot of unwanted debt. We can grow the macro economy and bring stability to the Ghanaian economy. Is that what you're saying?
We can do that. Except that, you see, we don't have we don't have the right people.
Hold on. So the IMF is now being the check and the balance we are looking for. So without the IMF, we don't have any institutional capacity locally to do that. Parliament?
My brother, you see,
Parliament cannot do that.
I am doing...
the board of directors of Ghana LLC, they can't do that.
I'm doing some work on promoting financial accountability in the public sector. And when they went to Parliament, spoke to the Public Accounts Committee, after the Auditor General submits his report, it must go to the Public Accounts Committee. The members of the Public Accounts Committee themselves attested to the fact, the challenges and how Parliament has failed to hold government accountable. And we know it. You see, Machiavelli has a famous principle. I'll share with you. It says, he who thinks of how life ought to be is on a path of destruction, but he who thinks of how life is on a path of preservation. When we return from the Joy Business Minute, brought to us by Anointed Engineering Services, the generator experts, I'll tell you more about what I mean by that. But stay with us. We'll be right back.
Hello, welcome to the Joy Business Minute, brought to you by Anointed Engineering Services Limited, the generator experts. Fuel prices are expected to witness significant reduction at the pumps beginning this weekend. That's if the cedi continues to appreciate against the US dollar. Trade policy think tank and consumer protection group CAS International is pushing for tough sanctions against drivers who are refusing to reduce fares. CAS is making a strong case for non-compliant drivers to be deregistered or banned. President Mahama has affirmed government's resolve not to extend the IMF program when it's completed in May 2026. There were initial reports that Ghana could commence program extension talks with the fund later this year. And Sweden-based car maker Volvo Cars says it will cut around 3,000 jobs as part of its cost-cutting measures. The firm says that layoffs will mainly impact office-based positions in Sweden. And that's the Joy Business Minute, brought to you by Anointed Engineering Services Limited, the generator experts.
Yes, and Anointed Engineering Services is into sales of ultra-silent, fuel-efficient diesel generating sets. They range from 5 kVA to 3,000 kVA at competitive prices. And they offer services including 24-hour emergency services, sale of spare parts, reliable rental services, professional advice, sale of tower lights and rental. They give you 5-year warranty if you buy a generator from them. So you can find them in Pokwase, at the Pokwase Lighthouse. That's their latest branch, opposite the Echo Block building, or the head office at number 77 Anointed House on the main Odoko Malam Highway near the Odoko traffic lights. They also have 21 branches nationwide. So call them 0243 480 0540 109 493. If you want to be trained in electricals, they offer 80% hands-on training and 20% theory. So talk to them today because they are the generator experts.
And Kojo, to help us, analyze the president's 8 pillars for the transformation of the Ghanaian economy, we're joined by senior partner of AB and David Africa, David Ofosu-Dotte. Good morning, David, and thank you very much for joining us.
Good morning, Winston and Kojo. I hope you are well.
We're doing very well. And David, not long ago, about a month ago, we're having a conversation about transforming Ghana's economy. Time for a mindset revolution. And in that conversation, you talked about a lot of things that we should do. You've heard the president. He's been outlining 8 pillar strategies for the transformation of the Ghanaian economy. Let's start with your assessment of these pillars.
Well, as a whole, I missed the event. I was supposed to be there, but for some reasons, students are about to write their exam, so I had to be in a lecture. But having said that, I have followed it since, and this is not just what he said at the event, but other things. I think he says the right things. So altogether, my assessment is that if you put the 8 points together, they touch the right point. There were a couple of things I didn't hear. I'm sure as we go along, we can talk about them. However, probably they are embedded in some of the aspects, but overall, those were the right things. I think I must also add that economies thrive on confidence. And it's when people have confidence in themselves, they have confidence in their leadership, they have confidence in the system, then that way businesses can then be bullish about the economy. And that's where growth comes from. When confidence is lost, it leads to recession. It's as simple as that. And I think the things you're saying, ROFA drives confidence. I just hope that the action will also follow suit.
Okay, we'll come back to the things that you didn't hear, but let me also say that we've been joined by Godfrey Boateng, who is a professor of finance at the University of Ghana Business School. We're expecting the Deputy Finance Minister, Thomas Pimnyako, to join us also shortly. Professor Boateng, good morning. Thank you very much for joining us.
Yes, good morning, Winston, and then Kojo, and good morning to our cherished listeners.
Great. Prof.
Thank you for having me on your show this morning.
Yes. What's your assessment? Transformational enough?
No.
Why?
I agree with some of the things the president spoke about. One, completing IMF program is an achievement now. Remember, 2019, we had a Kenke party over that. So it's one of the things the president hopes to complete. And then he said that instead of extending the program or going for another extended credit facility, they would rather go for policy support instrument. Well, I have a different view to that, right? Because policy support instrument usually is advisory, and the technical assistance that comes from it is not binding. So it doesn't compel you really to do what you want it to do. You can draw inspiration from what the IMF does with respect to Article 4 surveillance, and also that's one level to look at it. But when you go through the 8-point agenda, of course, I also
but before you continue, why do you think that going for policy support is not the right thing to do, and you want compulsion?
This is Ghana. We know who we are. Let's design a system that brings the best out of us. Our default position is fiscal indiscipline. Even under IMF-supported program in election years, we've seen fiscal slippages and all of that. Is it not too early to say, okay, we just need your advice and technical assistance? In any case, technical assistance capacity building is a bedrock of IMF services to member countries. Remember, IMF is an international credit union. So whether you're under policy support instrument, you can still go for that capacity building and technical assistance and all of that. So there's a significant difference between the ECF and then maybe policy support instrument. Of course, if the fundamentals are well aligned, then you can say that, okay, where we are, maybe we need policy support instrument. And let me say this. In 2019, when we were exiting the IMF supported program, we had a forum organized by the Imani. Part of the recommendations we made in 2019, even if government wasn't going to go for another program or extending, was policy support instrument. And we gave reasons why in the least case scenario, this should be the option they should go for. Of course, you know what they did. They decided to abandon all of that. The result is a haircut and all of that we are talking about now. So we can have a whole conversation on that and look at the merit and the demerit and all of that.
Prof, please hold on 1 minute for me. I'll return to you shortly because we need to explore that further. But let me get back to David Ofosu-Dorte because David, you also make the point there were certain things you didn't hear. What are those things you didn't hear? And why are they important?
Just two things, or let me say three, but one of them, in my view, is embedded in some of the points. I think, particularly point 7, if I recall very well, or 7 or 8, I will check. So that one has to do with a specific mention of two of his flagship policies, the big push and the 24-hour economy. I saw those ones I was expecting to hear specifically what the rollout is, but as I said, I believe they are embedded in the other part. But the two other ones that I expected to hear were the anchors of structural changes that will be made, because those structural changes is what keeps us going back to the IMF every 7 years approximately. And I hope you won't go back to IMF. I mean, I disagree with Prof. Boateng when it comes to the issue of whether we are going for compulsion or policy approach. I'm more for the policy approach. But I would rather want to see the structural changes that also lead to the discipline and the self-discipline instead of waiting to be disciplined by IMF. The other one that is always missing from our conversation is what we spoke about when I came to your studio. What is it we are going to do to change our mindset and our attitudes? And I'm talking about the things that drive the economy. I mean, for example, is it this morning or yesterday I heard on your studios about whether transport fares should be reduced or should not be reduced, whether the dollar comes down. I mean, the dollar has come down significantly, but inflation is not trending down as fast as the dollar is coming down. Even though when it is going up, we blame it for inflation. It's an attitudinal issue of how we buy and sell as a people. Those fundamental changes I would have liked to hear, but I mean, you can't hear everything, so.
So let's get to the structural changes that you talk about. I mean, walk us through what kinds of changes are you looking forward to? What kind of changes were you expecting the president to talk about?
I wasn't expecting him to talk about all the structural changes. What I was saying is that we always talk about the fundamental changes we need to make in the economy. So, for example, the overdependence on imports. And if you look at his comment about wanting to boost exports and light manufacturing, then it means that probably it may lead to a lesser dependency on imports. But I didn't get those details, so I expect probably businessmen should take it up from there. The question as to the dollar, I mean, it's good to have the dollar trend down. I did hear the governor talk about the need for stability, which is good. I have a certain fear. If the dollar goes below a certain point, probably it may lead to a dumping of the dollar and to those financial institutions who hold large dollar assets. So probably a point at which we know we stabilize is one of the things to look at. Those are fundamental, some of the fundamental things that I expect. And at the end of the day, for me, let's talk. Let me give you just one more example, and we can move on from that point. I will not be happy to hear GIPC as an example continue the old policy of announcing how many FDIs we have brought into the country without using domestic investors already existing, both foreign and local, as the basis to drive foreign direct investors. FDIs flow into countries which are driven by domestic investors, not just going around and driving foreign investors and counting that I have brought X billion, etc. So those are, for me, some of the fundamental things. But I said, I believe if you break the 8 points, you may find some of these things embedded between them. Yeah.
Okay, because talking about, point 6 says revitalizing exports through the Ghana Exim Bank. And he talks about the fact that the Ghana Exim Bank will be repositioned to boost non-trading exports, agro-processing, light manufacturing, and SMEs, enhancing foreign exchange reserves while creating jobs in the real economy.
Yeah, but that means that we have to recapitalize the Exim Bank and also get them to be more productive in terms of the extent to which the assets applications, the speed with which, and the ability to monitor those who borrow money from there and to plow back that money and make sure that there is a sustainability in the Exim financing for exports. So I agree with that. It's a question of how that rolls out in practice. But alongside that, he said a couple of other things that are linked. For example, he did mention the need to populate the sinking fund. I will go further than that. I think this country must take a look at how we structure our sovereign wealth funds. It's not just the sinking fund and the heritage fund and the infrastructure fund. We have a country that for many years was the world's leading producer of cocoa until it dropped to its second position. And of course, if we don't take care, we may be dropped to a third, be taken by Ecuador. But less of that. Why don't we have a sovereign wealth fund structured around cocoa? I think it is one of the things we need to look at. If we do have sovereign wealth funds properly structured, we could have some of them trickle into a central fund that can support government over the period, which then reduces our dependency on IMF and the rest whenever we have these, as it were, headwinds as we go along. So that's one of the things that I think can be done, from the point that he also did talk about the local government being able to fund, projects. Since 2006, and I was part of the people who drafted it, there has been a bill before Parliament, which was to, among other things, help create a municipal finance authority, which can pool the assets of local government and use it as a leverage to enable local government entities borrow for long-term projects. I believe, based on that point, some of these things have to be revisited. Of course, it means local government entities have to be empowered through fiscal decentralization. We keep doing decentralization without fiscal decentralization. And again, those are some of the fundamental things that can be done to take the debt of government books. Listen, there's something that I notice about this country. We like to execute projects, but we forget that when we take on the projects, we're also taking on liability. The lesser liability government puts on the central head, the more it becomes easier for the macroeconomic system to be stable. So, yes, it is good to have self-financing, commercially viable projects, but we should not be putting them necessarily on the government page, or having a recourse to the government page.
Okay. Now talking about the local government one, because I realize that in the Local Governance Act, we make provisions for municipal bonds subject to the approval of the minister. But you're saying we need an authority that can help the local government, the MMDCEs, to really work their books to take advantage of this?
No, I'm not saying we need an authority necessarily. I was referring you to a bill that was prepared in 2006, which at that time was to create an authority. But this can well be done by, let's say, District Assembly Common Fund, or you can create a municipal finance bill which does not necessarily create an authority. I'm not a fan of creating authorities because they tend to then add to the very government phase that I'm talking about. So my proposal is about local government finance itself. You can pool the assets together, and those assets can be leveraged for financing. It doesn't have to be an authority. So if it is subject to the approval of the minister, remember that provision for many years used to be 2,000 Ghana cedis was the maximum.
Yeah.
And that has been changed. If it has to be subject to the approval of the minister, and I'm assuming it's the Minister of Finance.
Exactly.
Once you have a pool of assets which all the local government entities contribute to, that can become a leveraging asset. You know, Rob talked about, as it were, this issue about going for policy support. Even with IMF policy support, there are times there are indirect recourse to government. For example, when you do a PPP, which the president talked about, and then you end up saying that there is government consent and support agreement, depending on how you structure that support, it may end up being recourse. Or at times we go for what is called put and call option. I know we don't issue guarantees anymore, but the put and call option indirectly has some limited amount of recourse to government, and at the end of the day, it blows our debt. So a central policy which says we are going to deliver projects without recourse to government debt or without bloating public debt. It's how I interpret his approach. As always, the devil is in the detail. So whether a local government or whatever level, if you structure this among a big push approach, you want to deliver infrastructure as an example, but it is structured in such a way that as much as possible there is no recourse. Then it doesn't matter whether you are approaching IMF policy or not. You are self-disciplined enough to be able to execute viable projects on your own.
Okay. Please hold on 1 minute, David Fusudote. Let me just get Professor Boateng's take on this. So, Professor Boateng, you say, for instance, when it comes to the IMF program, if I get you clearly, are you suggesting that we extend the program?
I think my considered view is that where we are, given the progress we have made, if we exit essentially December 2025, because the review and everything will complete probably by the end of let's say, the second half of 2026 or largely first quarter, I'm thinking it would be premature to say that, yes, we are working our way. Of course, I see the damage control from the part of government that instead of exiting totally, we would rather go for policy support instruments. To that extent, we have that external view and all of that. But the reality also is that we all will prefer, and I have said before, that the best helping hand we can find is at the end of our own arm. I will prefer for government to say that, look, we don't need the fund. Or even if we are going for policy support instruments, these are the exit strategies. This is how binding it will be. Winston, let me tell you something.
Please go ahead.
If you check our records with the IMF, in fact, government is more accountable to the citizens in periods when we are under IMF support program. There is greater transparency and collaboration and disclosure to the people of Ghana when we are under IMF supported program than when we are on our own. Let me give you a recent example. Just early part of 2022, when we highlighted that Bank of Ghana was monetizing the deficit and monetizing the debt, essentially printing more cedis, the response from the central bank was that no. You remember?
Yeah.
Then we said that, don't worry. Once we check in the IMF Rehabilitation Center, the truth will come out. When they apply their debt sustainability framework, our debt to GDP ratio in present value terms was 109. Just the media review of the budget 2022, okay, before the IMF kicked in with their DSA framework, we were reporting debt to GDP that was less than 80%. The disagreement, in fact, Ghana's public debt became a multiple choice, depending on the party you belong to, select one. We didn't even have common grounds on where we were and how do we come out of that. So that's something that's fine. If we can demonstrate institutional capacity, resilience, for instance, how do we operationalize the fiscal council for it to be independent, not theoretical, but operationally independent, that can exercise that level of adult supervision. And here, let me borrow the words of Kofi Bento, adult supervision. We have aged, but we are not matured. And that is why on our own, we cannot hold ourselves to accountability and the discipline that it requires for medium to long-term progress. That said, Winston, let me tell you some of the things that in the 8-point agenda. You know, during the president's inauguration, he mentioned 4 priority areas: economic restoration, government, and then fight against corruption, accountability, and all of that. In this 8-point agenda, I feel that corruption should have been highlighted as a standalone.
You know, Prof. Boateng, hold on 1 minute for me. We need to do something. We need to continue with the conversation. Now, we need to go for a quick break and have a short conversation with the Mental Health Forum. So we'll come back to you for this conversation. We'll also be joined by the Deputy Minister of Finance. In fact, that will be a very exciting conversation. You can tell him all these things. But David Ofosu-Dorotey, thank you very much. I know you would have to leave us. We're very grateful that you made time to join us this morning. But we'll find time and have you in studio so we can continue the conversation.
Thank you.
Thank you very, very much, David Ofosu-Dorotey. Earlier, you also heard from Professor Godfrey Boateng. Now, stay with us. When we return after these messages, we have a conversation on mental health here on the Super Morning Show.
Are you tired of rising fuel costs and frequent service and maintenance draining your budget? Are you a transport business thinking of the best eco-friendly and cost-saving option for a car? Then switch to the Serial Nano 3 electric vehicle. The Serial Nano 3 EV is proudly marketed and distributed in Ghana by Anointed Engineering Services Limited. The sleek Serial Nano 3 electric vehicle, with its advanced technology and high performance, emits zero emissions emissions because it does not run on fossil fuels. No need to worry about a charging station because you can charge your Cereal at home directly by plugging into the socket. The Cereal Nano 3 electric vehicle offers unmatched comfort, interior design, fast charging, long-lasting battery, and a portable digital ultra-silent genset for backup charging no matter your power situation anywhere. Visit our brand new and ultra-modern showrooms in Accra and Kumasi. In Kumasi, Asukwa, in front of the TAT yard on the Ak Mayanka Road. Call our hotlines on 0544 340589 and 0243 480 334. Anointed also stocks genuine spare parts and delivers after-sales services 24/7 for our Cereal Nano 3 EVs. The Cereal Nano 3 electric vehicle. Experience a legacy of luxury modernized. Cereal EV. Go electric.
Do you know that NIT is back in Ghana? Yes, you heard it right. NIT is back in Ghana, and Jackson Institute of Technology is the official partner. It's bigger, it's better, and it's here to revolutionize IT education in Ghana. Get ready for world-class training and unmatched opportunities powered by Jackson Institute of Technology. Jackson Institute of Technology is shaping futures with hands-on IT training for youth, students, and professionals. Courses include cybersecurity, Python programming, data analytics, networking and hardware essentials, and Microsoft Office Suite. We offer flexible schedules, affordable payment plans, and expert trainers with globally recognized certifications. Scholarships are available for women and girls. Sign up early to grab yours. You can locate us in Accra at Abna Atia Towers, Ring Road Central, or you can call us to enroll on 059 699 6037 or 059 699 6042. Take the first step towards your dream career with Jackson Institute of Technology, where your tech future begins.
Ah, my little ones, gather around. Once upon a time in the heart of Accra, a man in his fancy car sought directions. But oh, the Ghanaian way.
Hello, bro. Good afternoon. Can you please show me where the Presby Church is?
Go straight. Turn left at the big mango tree with the broken branches with most of the mangoes falling. Ask there. Anybody will show you.
And when the Black Stars take to the field, every Ghanaian becomes a coach. The sacred cue for our beloved Gobe. As you wait patiently, rehearsing the perfect vibes. These, my dear ones, are some few moments that make our Ghana truly special. And as we share these stories, let us also remember a plate of lily rice, connecting our hearts through the flavors of our culture. Special moments are worth celebrating with lily rice. Lily rice, yenimno free tete. This advert is FDA approved.
Say donut, 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 donut. Hey, donut, 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 donut. Donut, donut. Young cotton donut, donut, donut. Malaria syrup donut.
Everybody follow not sa malaria. A 3D donut now. Oh, malaria chill. Oh, popo. What do you need? I want you. Donut, donut. Adabako. Donut. Adamienu. Donut. Adamiensa. Donut. No. Donut scatter malaria. Lonat, it is scatter malaria.
A quality product from Blaze GVS Pharma. Yenshishemu hu se malaria wa umojam ansana wanum Lonat. Na nam yensearch na malaria no daso wo hwa ko hu dokota.
This advert is FDA approved.
Welcome to Spintex Plaza, where living and working blend seamlessly.
Spintex Plaza, the place to be. Furnished apartments feel so free.
Imagine coming home to a luxurious furnished apartment with everything you need.
Rooftop pool, swim under the sky. Rooftop bar where the good times fly. Rooftop gym, get fit and strong. With Spintex Plaza, you can't go wrong.
Spintex Plaza, your home, your work, your lifestyle. Come see us today or call us on 0241 327 363. www.spintexplaza.net.
When I wake up in the morning, I brush my teeth with Kojo Akoto toothpaste. This gives me confidence all day.
Anytime you meet Amma, don't be surprised I smile showing my beautiful white teeth because I don't have cavity thanks to Kojo Akoto toothpaste for its natural charcoal properties. In fact, we are like twins. I can't go without my Kojo Akoto toothpaste.
That be why I dey use Kojo Akoto toothpaste morning and night when I dey go bed safe. It dey make my teeth white when it dey comot every scent from my mouth inside. My confidence level they go up, so I dey show my 32 teeth all.
Introducing the Kojo Akoto toothpaste, formulated with activated bamboo charcoal powder, ensures whiter teeth and removes bad breath. The strong natural property of the activated bamboo charcoal removes bacteria, absorbs surface stains on our teeth caused by coffee, wines, and tobacco. Welcome, Kojo Akoto toothpaste. Kojo Akoto toothpaste, Sankofa Yenchi.
Kel, happy smile.
This advert is FDA approved.
Coffee in your cup and joy on the set. The Super Morning Show is always the best bet on Joy 99.7 FM.
Strategies to fix Ghana's economy and spare recovery. So far, you've heard from Professor Boateng and David Ofosu Dote sharing their thoughts on the show. We'll bring back Prof. Boateng, and we also get the Deputy Finance Minister, Honorable Ampim Dako, to join us to discuss this further. Some of the things we'll be looking out for, the KPIs. How do we measure performance based on the President's key strategies? Where does the big push fall in this 24-hour economy? How is it going to spur the growth that we are all looking for? And all that is part of the conversation this morning. So you can still send us your messages 055-1111-997. But remember that this month is the Mental Health Awareness Month. We've had a lot of conversations on mental health on the show. And on Saturday, something big is happening at the Accra International Conference Center. Actually, this morning when I woke up, I was listening to a podcast on why high-performing or high-functioning individuals suffer in silence when they are depressed, when they are going through mental health issues and all that. And one thing became clear, that people like lawyers, people like medical practitioners, in fact, medical practitioners are number one. They heal people, but they cannot heal themselves. People go to them for help, but they cannot give themselves help. Lawyers, high-functioning engineers, technology people, teachers, they go through so much teaching and imparting knowledge, but they go through a lot and they don't know how to manage it. We all go through it somehow, but there's an event which is going to be a platform for us to seek help and work through it together. And I've been joined by Jahara Osman. She's the founder of Premier Rehabilitation Center, and they are organizing the Mental Health Forum 2025 this Saturday. Good morning, Jahara. How are you?
Good morning. I'm doing well.
Good to have you in the studio. This is basically our month for mental health advocates. This is a month where we put a lot of we raise the awareness and bring the conversation to the public domain. How has the month been for you? What have you been up to this month so far?
I think every day we talk about mental health and we have conversations about it, but when we have a month dedicated to it, it's just like that month you're more focused and you're more aware, especially around the environment. I tend to realize more than I would in the normal case, even though I'm in this this business. But I think like it's a very special month that is dedicated to us. When I say us, it's you, me, everyone. Like when we actually take our time to understand who we are as people.
So we are climaxing the month with the Mental Health Forum 2025. Tell me all about it. What is the forum about? How is it significant in all these conversations, in getting help, bridging the gap, raising awareness, and why must anybody want to be there on Saturday?
So the Mental Health Forum, this is our first ever forum that is completely dedicated to mental health. It's a very special program because as human beings, I think we all have one thing in common. We all have a brain. And our brain is just like a computer, and that's what is, taking us through this. And take care of our brain, then we can't function as human beings. So the Mental Health Forum, it's here to bridge the stigma between just understanding your normal health and understanding what your mental health is. And as a society, we've done, as much as we can to, dedicate certain areas or certain government agencies towards mental health. Like we have the Mental Health Authority, we have the psychiatric hospitals. So that means that we definitely are aware that there is a situation there. Now, when it comes to being going to the Mental Health Authority or going to the hospital when you have a mental condition, that is different from the mental stress and the kind of the little ones that we suffer in everyday life. The ones that you don't necessarily need to be hospitalized, but then the ones you wake up in the morning and you feel a bit of anxiety, depression, the ones you're born with, like autism, ADHD, and bipolar. So what we want to do is to bridge the gap between healthcare and mental health, and also letting people understand that having a mental health issue does not necessarily mean like you're an outcast in society. Like we all, if we're going to talk about it, we all at some point in our life experience some kind of a mental health condition. So I think it's an everybody problem, not just one person.
Talking about this, it brings us into the misconceptions. For example, so the podcast I was listening to this morning by HB&O Legal, it was 3 lawyers and 1 mental health advocate, and one of the lawyers was like, look, if you're a lawyer and you have mental health issues and you seek help, if you're not lucky, it may even be used against you by your opponents in courts. Like, there are so many misconceptions, and sometimes people think that once you accept or you are diagnosed of any mental health issue, then you're not good for anything again. If you're a doctor, you are the mad doctor. Step aside. If you are the lawyer, you are the mad. What are the misconceptions? How do we address some of these?
I think that is like a shortfall in any organization. As you said, as a lawyer, if you're talking about your mental health, even if you lose a case, your client can go back and say, I don't think he was in his right, or he's not in the right mental capability to have been able to handle the case. But our mental conditions are not our weakness. They're sometimes our strength. So if you have someone with like a condition like ADHD, so when you have an ADHD person employed in your establishment, they can be very hyper-focused. They can look outside the box. So it's how you place the person and what they're able to produce. Even in schools, we have students that are able to learn by practical, and some are able to learn by reading, which is very important to me when I interview when I'm hiring employees and I interview them. I ask them that simple basic question: how do you learn? Do you learn by reading or do you learn by practical? Because everyone is different. If you find someone who learns by practical, you can teach them whatever you want to teach them, but they don't necessarily have to read the book. But there's someone who needs to read and read the details of it in order to put their hands on it and understand. So the mental conditions are actually not a weakness. It's just how we place ourselves in society, and it can be a superpower instead of a weakness.
Yeah. So at the forum on Saturday, we are going to address all these.
Yes.
Tell me about your partners for the forum and what participants should expect.
So we definitely have Joy Multimedia, our media partner. It's been very helpful. This community. We have Omni Basic Bank. They are supporting bank. We have Kompu Ghana. We have Le Magellan Polo Club restaurants. We have Telecel, Melcom. There's so much chocolate Sarai, the pavilion. It's amazing how all these organizations are like kind of putting together Nespresso. They're kind of putting together to support. Some of these organizations are bringing like food. Pinocchio is setting up an ice cream stand. So it's not just going to be where we're talking as in like a stage, but it's like some kind of involvement. And they're actually being present, setting up coffee stands.
The way all these companies are giving stuff.
Yes.
And it's actually
free.
Money.
No, it's like, that would have been good.
Sometimes when you're stressed, a little bit of money.
I'm sure we would have been, yeah.
So it's happening on Saturday.
Yes.
At the conference center.
Yes.
What time is it open to the public?
So this is a free program. It starts at 9 o'clock.
Okay.
You can just get your free tickets on our link. We have an Instagram page, Premier Rehabilitation Center. We're also on TikTok and YouTube. You can find a link, and you can also contact us to get a free ticket. Everything at the event is free. We want to reach as many people as we can. So the event is not only going to be in person. We're going to be live on Facebook. We're going to be on Joy Prime, and we're going to be on other social media platforms. We want to reach the people that actually need this. This is not like a rich person's problem or a poor person's problem. This is an everybody's problem. So as long as you have access to the internet, or you are able to get to the location, we're willing to accept you and give you all the guidance that we can.
And after May, after the event, what next? Any long-term plans following the forum to keep the conversation going?
Yes, so this is going to be a yearly program. After the event, we have some scheduled school tours. We're doing mental health community forums. We are also partnering with businesses and going into establishment to talk about the mental health of employees. We're going to schools to discuss drug abuse, understanding and defining depression and anxiety, and how to manage, your stress in managing your day-to-day life in schools. We also have some churches, and we've been invited to a mosque to have these conversations. As I said, this is like a general concern. It's not a one person or an individual or a special community. It's everybody. So we do our best to reach the remote, the north. We plan to go to Kumasi and to Takoradi. So it's just the beginning. Yes.
So you're going to cover the whole world?
No.
At least Saturday's event is covering the whole world.
Yeah,
people can watch wherever they are.
Saturday's event is covering the whole world, but our main focus right now is Ghana, because for me, Ghana is like the root, for me. And I want us to, as Ghanaians, understand our problems and how to solve it. We usually tend to take research about mental health from foreign communities, and it's not tailored to us. So we have to weave something that is specific to our community, and that would make the youth and the younger ones engage more than to be working with societies that they don't necessarily understand.
Jahara, it's been good talking to you about mental health and the event coming up on Saturday. I'll be there, but
thank you.
Do you have any final words for us about mental health and breaking the stigma?
So mental health is not a weakness, it's a strength. And identifying your mental health issue, it's like your first step to empowering yourself and giving yourself the opportunity to grow. So identifying it is the initial step. The rest can resolve itself. And also communication. Let's talk about it. we find out that a lot more people, we would have a lot less suicide going on around the world if people were just willing to talk. And there is somebody out there who's really ready to help you get to the root of your problem if you would only talk about it.
That was Jahara Osman, founder, Premier Rehabilitation Center. They are organizing the Mental Health Forum 2025. For me, I think is the climax event to this year's Mental Health Awareness Month, which is the month of May. It's open to the public. National Accra International Conference Center, 9 a.m. on Saturday. Be there. If you can't go in person, join online, be a part of the conversation. Let's build ourselves up together and let's solve this problem and create the awareness together. Jara, thank you so much for joining us. We'll be right back to continue our conversation on the 8 key strategies for the economy. We should have a strategy on mental health too, you know. We'll be right back. Stay with us.
It's not picky promotion. As you requested, we have dropped our prices for you. So rush to any Electroland showroom or authorized dealer store across Ghana and grab your desired Samsung, TCL, Media, and NASCO appliances at unbeatable prices. For your favorite TVs, refrigerators, air conditioners, washing machines, gas cookers, home theaters, microwaves, and many more, we have them on price drop. Thanks to the city's appreciation against the dollar. Enjoy convenient prices that fit your budget. Don't miss out. City is not picky. Electroland Day for you.
Building or renovating? Look no further. At Interface Limited, we have everything you need to create stunning spaces.
Transform your interiors with our top quality plasterboards, acoustic ceilings, and cement boards.
Step into style with our exquisite laminate and engineered floors. And for your data centers, durable raised access floors.
Elevate your outdoor spaces with our WPC decking and fencing.
Protect your home with our beautiful and reliable roof shingles, insulation, canopies, and PVC fascia boards.
Add a touch of elegance with our beautiful POP cornices and roses.
Quality, affordability, and style all in one place. Building a better Ghana, one space at a time. Visit www.interfacelimited.net or call 0274 999 999.
FPAC is effective for headaches and relieves the symptoms of flu, colds, and catarrh. FPAC blows away the pain associated with sore throats. During and after a hard day's work, FPAC relieves you of body pains. After the day's sports workout, FPAC helps the body to control the aching muscles. FPAC is effective against feverishness. FPAC reduces body temperature associated with malaria and other fevers. FPAC is effective against rheumatic pains. You can find FPAC in all pharmacy and chemical select shops throughout the country. FPAC is not recommended for children less than 16 years of age, ulcer and asthmatic patients, pregnant and lactating mothers. If symptoms persist for more than 2 days, consult your doctor. FPAC blows your pain away.
FPAC Junior follows in the tradition of FPAC tablets, a trusted friend to relieve your child of pain associated with teething, catarrh, cold, and fever. The good that FPAC does for you, FPAC Junior does for your child. FPAC Junior is for children between 6 months and 12 years. FPAC Junior blows your child's pain away.
Sasso, sasso, se come tonton preko. Sasso, sasso, se come tonton preko. Edrana drami ne buseshe. Yeah, how can see any malaria? Minya me pone me sasso spray. Every mosquito started run away. Tonton preko. Sasso, sasso, mi se come tonton preko. Come tonton preko. Sasso, come tonton preko. Nani sham ne die demonstronko.
This advert is FDA approved. In recognition of Mental Health Month, join us for the Mental Health Forum 2025, a powerful free event championing mental well-being in Ghana. It's happening on Saturday, May 31st at the Accra International Conference Center, starting 10 a.m. sharp. Come experience moving stories, expert insights, and real solutions. Meet leading psychologists, change makers, and public voices, all coming together to say, your mind matters. Let's break the silence. Let's end the stigma. Let's heal
together. Mental Health Forum 2025 Beyond Stigma. Brought to you by Premier Rehabilitation Center in partnership with the Mental Health Authority, Ghana Psychology Council, Joy News and Joy Prime. Proudly supported by the Ministry of Health, Vena Mineral Water, Dyson, Compute Ghana,
Telecel, Omni BSIC, Latest Foam, Melcom, Marina Mall,
Bistro, Le Magela, Save Bond, The Cafe, Polo Club, Gourmet Gardens, Premier 369 Limited,
and Every African.
Morning Show.
Let me outline 8 key pillars of the economic reset that we envisage. Number 1 is completing the IMF program with discipline. We'll continue the discipline in government expenditure and borrowing and work to achieve all targets under the extended credit fund with a program with the IMF. We expect to conclude the 4th review of the IMF program in June 2025 with a target to exit at the end of the program in 2026. And thereafter, I will participate in Article 4 consultations and adopt the policy support instrument framework, signaling Ghana's return to responsible, non-borrowing engagement. Number 1 is completing the IMF program with discipline. We'll continue the discipline in government expenditure and borrowing and work to achieve all targets under the extended credit fund with a program with the IMF. We expect to conclude the 4th review of the IMF program in June 2025 with a target to exit at the end of the program in 2026. And thereafter, I will participate in Article 4 consultations and adopt the policy support instrument framework, signaling Ghana's return to responsible, non-borrowing engagement with the fund. And the second is reopening domestic and international capital markets. We're working to reopen Ghana's bond market in collaboration with the IMF and our development partners, the Ghana Stock Exchange and local banks. However, future borrowing will be linked to self-financing commercially viable projects, particularly by MDAs, MMDAs and SOEs, ensuring value for money and sustainable repayment. We also intend to empower MMDAs to issue infrastructure and municipal bonds secured against a portion of their district assemblies common fund to fund infrastructure projects such as roads, schools, water systems, and local industry in the districts. And the 4th is clearing verified arrears and rationalizing public investment. The Auditor General is completing an audit of arrears and commitments, government commitments, and we expect to receive his report by the end of May. We'll then commence to clear legitimate arrears transparently and enforce commitment controls through the gift mix and the IPSAS-based accounting systems. New projects will be prioritized based on need, funding availability, and alignment with our national interest.
So that's President John Dramani Mahama yesterday at the 9th CEO Summit and Expo. We have Professor Godfred Boateng, Professor of Finance at the University of Ghana Business School, joining us again. And we also have the Deputy Minister of Finance, Thomas Ampim-Nyakon, also Member of Parliament for Esojaman, joining the conversation. Good morning, both of you. Thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you. Good morning. And good morning, Honorable.
Good morning, Prof. And good morning to our cherished listeners.
Great. I just would want Prof to, you're making a point before we had to cut in. Then we get to Honorable to respond to some of the concerns you had raised. Prof, so you are talking about the need to tread cautiously when it comes to exiting the IMF, but you also have a concern about corruption not being a major focus under the 8 pillars, Prof.
Yes. Yeah, I felt that given what corruption has done to this country, our economy, I think that it deserves a headline place. Let me put it that way. And packaging public financial management reform alone to address corruption is insufficient. It's a governance issue and all of that. Perhaps others will even prefer that instead of just public financial management reform, let's put it broadly under structural reforms, which can be defined to also include public financial reform and then other kinds of reforms that can be accommodated under structural reforms. and all of that. And so I felt that we needed to be heavy on how we deal with corruption, because what corruption has done to this country, even including pushing higher prices, it's quite enormous. And once you fail on that side, all the other pillars we're talking about will achieve less desirable outcomes. The other thing I didn't see is the fight against irresponsible mining. It appears that we are moving away from something that causes existential threat. And I'm still looking forward to see how the strategy from government in how we turn this existential threat into existential opportunity. Let me put it this way. Environmental sustainability is an indispensable pillar of macroeconomic stability. You cannot separate the two. The macro criticality of environmental distraction, lack of ecological integrity, it's so significant that you cannot secondary play it. So I believe that these things can be refined as we go along, and the government should not create the impression that they are failing already when it comes to preserving our ecological integrity. You can't talk about economic transformation independent of ecological sustainability. And the charge now, and we must embrace that and manage the trade-off. How do we move away from environmentally destructive growth model to a more greener, sustainable growth model? That is where you can infer sustainability. I agree where we are now and the implications of this and all of that, but we need to take those practical steps now. And I think government needs to demonstrate that resolve to win the war against irresponsible mining. And we are not just talking about illegal mining. We are talking about irresponsible mining. Okay? And if you look at the data and studies that have been done, largely, even large-scale industrial miners are doing, to some extent, irresponsible mining. So I think that this not appearing in the 8-point agenda is something that government should take another look. I believe that they will refine all of this. And at the end of the day, my expectation is that there will be a whole exit strategy post-IMF program that offers comfort to the market for the foreseeable future.
Okay, let me bring in Thomas Ampeminyako. Yes, Thomas. So Professor Boateng started. Before you joined us, he raised a few concerns. He talked about our exiting of the IMF. David Ofusudote has also raised some concerns, for instance, about not hearing anything about the 24-hour economy and the big push under the 8 pillars to resetting and transforming the Ghanaian economy. What will be your response to these?
Thank you. And I must say it's always a delight to listen to Prof. Boateng. But I want to assure him that the 8 points that President Mahama listed can be stretched further to include corruption and all the other concerns that he has. He has, on previous occasions, made strong points about fighting against corruption. And so I don't think that not stating it explicitly here means that he's not committed to fight corruption. He has said that and he's committed to it. In fact, his position on the PFM, it's implicitly talking about our resolve to contain corruption. And so, yes, I agree that everybody will have that they would expect to hear the president talk about. But we cannot list everything. If we stretch it, we may be having about 100 points. But we can expatiate some of these to include all the concerns that they have. And on the IMF program, in fact, you will recall that when we took over, there were concerns about us not being able to see through the implementation of the IMF program because important targets had been missed. The inflation target was missed. The primary balance target was missed. But government showed commitment to the implementation of the IMF program to the extent that some structural benchmarks that were to be achieved later in the year were achieved earlier than scheduled. For instance, the amendment to the Fiscal Responsibility Act was to be done by September 2025. We achieved this through the maiden budget that we presented, and then we did that by March. We also did the streamlining of the earmark funds. That was to be done by the end of June this year. We were able to achieve that by March. So all these gave indication that we were serious with the implementation of the IMF program, and we were able to secure a staff level agreement. And we are hoping that by June, when the board meets, we'll get a board approval as well, and then we'll be able to see through. We are committed to go through the program as it is now. We have given indication that, look, we inherited a fund program. We are committed to implement the fund program to conclusion. I think that we are doing so well in the implementation so far, and calls for us to extend it and all that. I can understand the fears of genuine Ghanaians who feel that it is when we are under the fund program that we are disciplined. It is when we are under a fund program that we disclose enough information to citizenry. But this government has shown commitment that we are a disciplined government. We will continue to work without IMF program to ensure that we sustain the gains that we are making. Look, it will be an exercise in futility, denying ourselves of all these and then putting the economy back on track only for us to derail everything because we are out of a fund program. President Mahama intends to leave a legacy to reset this economy and put it back on a track for continuous development. And so let me allay the fears of everybody that if we go through the fund program and exit next year as has been planned from the beginning of the program, it doesn't mean that we are going back to irresponsible management of the economy. It doesn't mean that we are going back to the era where people will conceal information from the citizenry. We won't go back to the era where we will put some of our debt below the line and create artificial room for us to continue to borrow. We will continue to manage the economy in a way that will put us on a path for a sustained debt sustainability. And that is the assurance I want to give to Prof. Boateng and everybody else who has genuine concerns that when we exit the program, we go back to irresponsibility, and not too long after that, we have to go back to an IMF program. That is something we don't want to put ourselves through again. President Mahama has made several statements that this should be the last time we run to the IMF. We can be disciplined on our own.
So let me just ask a simple question. Because you make the point and you say we cannot deny ourselves all these things to go back. It's actually where people start having problems. The feeling that during an IMF program, we're denying ourselves a chance to probably spend on certain things we may want to spend on. So the moment we leave, that freedom is what leads us into getting back into that hole, and then the cycle continues.
You see, we have put in place mechanisms. You see, we have given ourselves a fiscal responsibility target that would ensure that we maintain a primary surplus of 1.5 on commitment basis. These laws will not change. And if a finance minister does not meet this, he risks being censured. These things have come to be part of us. And so even with or without the IMF program, we are expected to follow through these things. Look, one major problem that has brought us to where we are today is a lack of commitment controls. And so we have put in all these measures to make sure that currently one of the prior actions before the board meets in June to have the final approval is the integration of Ghanaians with gift mix, so that we don't procure outside budgetary provisions. These things have been done, and we expect that it follows through even when we exit the IMF program. We have put in place a compliance desk that is going to give us quarterly report of how MDAs are implementing their budgets under the PFM Act and all these things. So we will continue to do this, and we are not going to change our laws suddenly because we are no longer under a fund program. So we are putting in measures that will restrict us to behave well as a government, not just us. Future governments must also live within these things so that the economy will be on a smooth road for prosperity. Otherwise, everything we are doing today will come to zero. And so that is the commitment we will give.
Okay, now
I understand there were other concerns about the big push. The president spoke about infrastructure.
And the 24-hour economy, yes.
Yes, he spoke about infrastructure, and this government, our main vehicle for infrastructural development is the big push. We have made about 13 billion cedis allocation for that. We are finalizing the list of projects that are going to be under the big push and others. So yes, the big push is implied in the statements that he made. The 24-hour economy, Honorable Guzitano and his group are working seriously on it. And from time to time, I'm sure they will come and give us details as to the pathway
Honorable Ampemnyako, these are major policies of your government. Prior to the assumption of office, the big push of $10 billion, the 24-hour economy. In fact, the president's 120-day contract talked about how he was going to put in place the framework for 24-hour economy, and that led to the appointment of Guzitano. It's been more than 120 days. You didn't think that as a standout policy, we will get an update on how that will lead to a reset and transformation of the Ghanaian economy?
Look, you will have the update. I mean, there is no two ways about that. You see, the president has already made those commitments. And you know, we have told you that work is in progress. You see, you need to start well. We made this pronouncement that 24-hour economy is going to be one way that we are going to increase jobs for our people and all the things that we spoke about. It is a new policy. You cannot just get up and then within 90 days, 120 days, you start it and then you make a lot of mistakes. We want to start and start well. So the fact that he did not repeat the big push, he did not repeat 24-hour economy, does not mean that they are off the table. They are very, very important policies that we intend to implement. So don't worry about that at all.
Help me understand this. And I mean, help me understand this. So the 24-hour economy is a major policy for the transformation of this economy. The big push, major policy. You've talked about, infrastructure development is in there. Yes, I see it. But if you're giving a chance to tell us 8 pillars for a policy that featured basically every time you mounted a platform during the campaign, should that not find representation explicitly in those pillars?
Look, I have said that without the risking repeating myself. I just want you to realize the fact that the president has an opportunity to address a group of people. And then he's telling them, I have 8 pillars that I want to. I mean, all the issues are many. You cannot talk about everything. He has summarized them into 8 broad pillars. All these issues you are talking about, corruption, 24-hour economy, big push, and all that, are embedded in this. The president doesn't have to come and repeat himself in all these issues. Otherwise, he won't be able to deliver a speech within an hour. So the assurance I'm giving you is that the big push, the 24-hour economy, the corruption issues, and all that are things that we are committed to. and we are working to ensure that they all feed into getting us to revive our economy, to reset the Ghanaian economy.
Okay. Now, the other issue about
there was another issue about arrears clearance.
Exactly, because the contractors are complaining.
For where I sit, every day contractors will be calling. When are you making payments? When are you... Assurance is that, look, we will do this. We inherited huge arrears. We need to make sure that what we are paying for is actually work that has been done. And that is why we contracted the Auditor General and the top accounting firms to audit this. A lot of work has been done. The report we got from them is that they are about concluding the process of the auditing. As soon as we finish with that, we will begin payment for contract for work that have genuinely been done. And then, but aside that, for the 2025 budget, you recall that one of the ways to control commitment was that all procurements must require a prior authorization from the finance minister. The minister has given instructions that all the things in the budget, which will start the process, we started giving commencement authorization to our MDAs to start implementing that. We have given goods and services compensation. Everything is gone. And so we are implementing the 2025 budget.
Okay.
All the allocations for the 2025 budget have started going for them to start spending on. What is left is for the auditors to complete the audit so that we start also paying the arrears that we inherited, so that we can have the economy fueled for things to go on.
Honorable Ampinyako, on the 9th of April 2025, the finance minister mentioned the same thing you had mentioned, that the Auditor General was reviewing all these and auditing the payments, and that you had given him 6 weeks. I believe since then the 6 weeks has elapsed. Don't you think it's just fair to tell the contractors that this is the timeline we have? Give them specific timelines so that they can plan. Because if they bought fuel then when the dollar was, say, 15 cedis and now the exchange rate has dropped, some of them are going to lose money. Can you give them specific timelines so that they can use it to plan their businesses?
In fact, I wish I could give a specific date. We are also mounting a lot of pressure on the auditors. We understand that we cannot continue to keep these things for long. And so it depends on when the auditors complete. The initial report that we got from them as at yesterday indicates that they are almost through. And so we believe that in the next few weeks, we should get the report and we must begin paying those that are genuine. And so that the assurance is that we are committed to do this. However, we cannot just start when the auditing has not been concluded. And so let us have a little more patience. Probably in the next couple of weeks, 2 weeks, 3 weeks, we should get a final report from the auditors.
Honorable Minister, is it 2 or 3 weeks? I'm asking because you've already done the work, so you know the quantum of work you did and what it took to get here. So you should have a sense of what more work needs to be done to get you to the end.
The best person to tell us exactly when the audit will be completed will be the Auditor General.
Are you suggesting it's not being completed more than 6 weeks?
It on conversation with him. That
within
2 or 3 weeks, we should have their final report. But it is not something that I directly control.
Okay.
But Honorable Deputy Minister, the instruction was clear. 6 weeks on the 9th of April. We are at the end of May. It's been 7 weeks. So within that period,
that is correct. You see, we gave them 6 weeks.
Yes.
We met with all chief directors to ensure that the documents required by the Auditor General and the audit firms were provided for them immediately. As of 3 weeks ago, I received a letter from the Auditor General listing some of the MDAs that as at then had not presented their books for auditing. So we had to personally call them and make sure that so there were genuine concerns on the part of the Auditor General. The Auditor General and the audit firms that are doing the auditing. And that is what really caused the delay. I'm sure if all the MDAs had presented their books to them as at the time we instructed them to do, probably they would have been able to finish by now. But I received a letter from them listing a number of MDAs that had not presented it. And I had to make personal calls to chief directors, to ministers, to make sure that they are. So it is not us. It is the process that has not been expedited enough as we wished. So it is a genuine challenge. I want to assure all our contractors and everybody who is waiting for payment is that we are not happy that this is happening, but the assurance is that as soon as it is cleared, because we don't want to jump into making payments. Already we have signals that some of the claims are being disallowed. So let us finish, get a complete picture of what we owe and what we need to pay, and we will do so.
Okay, let's get to the municipal bonds. That is going to be tied to the District Assembly's Common Fund. Honorable Deputy Minister, some of the district assemblies, and I have, for instance, if you go to my district in Poho, there are years that they get, say, 1.8 million Ghana cedis. Realistically, how much can they assess and use in infrastructural development?
That is a good question. In fact, it is because President Mahama gave a strict instruction that we should break away from the previous years where only about 40% of the DACF was transferred to the MNDAs and do a minimum of 80%. And so this year, you are going to see that a lot more funds are going to be transferred to the MMDAs, as it should have been in all these years. So the transfers to them is going to increase. The issue of municipal bonds have been on our books for a long time. It is about time we assist the assemblies. Look, all the assemblies are not equal. There are some that have huge assets. If we are able to help them, they will have very good balance sheets on the back of which they can attract a lot of funding. And so we are going to do this. We may not be able to do it for every assembly at the same time. We will have to assist the assemblies to build their capacities, to put their books in order, and help them do these things. It will help us speed up the development in our assemblies.
Now, finally, finally on the municipal bonds.
The issue of property rates. It's a huge landmark that we are sitting on, and it is a huge asset that we are sitting on. And we believe that the work we have started with the assemblies, and we are trying to get development partners back on board. Those who left because of the way the property rate issues were handled. We are working closely with the IMCC Secretariat and all stakeholders to make sure that we bring everybody on board to assist the assemblies in the collection of their property rates. If we do this and they get that additional funding, it will help in them in securing funding for infrastructural projects. So we believe that we need to resurrect this discussion, and we need to actually take actions that will help them. Look at Katamanso Assembly. Their IGF is even more than the transfers that we make to them every year. There are a lot of assemblies that can do this, and we must begin to assist them to achieve this.
And talking about a lot of assemblies that can do this, there are assemblies that cannot. So in Mpoho, for instance, where sometimes your IGF is about 1 million Ghana cedis, how is it possible in God's name that we transfer so much money to the Accra Metropolitan Assembly that generates a lot of money, and areas that actually do not have a lot of money, they need development, rather are giving very little funds.
Before the minister answers, in Poho, IGF for 2024 actual was 679,623.
Yes. Please go ahead then.
So you see, that comes back to the formula that Parliament approves in the disbursement of the common fund to the various assemblies. We have to relook at it and see how we can balance out so that those areas that need more can get a little more. But aside the common fund, there are other sources of funding that is controlled at the center. And so the government also has a role to balance out and say that, Mpoho, because of the peculiar nature of their revenue generation, we have to send a lot more through other means, if it is get fund, if it is whatever, so that we can balance out the development across the country. And so, yes, I agree. These are conversations we can escalate, but we will have to deal with that through the formula that is approved by Parliament, because ultimately it is based on the formula that the administrator of the common fund will disburse funds to the various assemblies.
Okay, can you hold on 1 minute for me? Because it's also important I even check your own district for you. So please hold on. Let me check the funds that were released to your district and give you an assignment because your people are listening. But Professor Boateng, you've heard the Deputy Minister of Finance. He's been addressing some of the concerns that you've raised. What would you say?
Yeah, well, I'm happy. I think I like this attitude. They are willing to embrace suggestions and also to refine going forward, and I think that is very good. It's a win for Ghana. Yeah, the only thing is that because it's coming from politicians, we normally are a bit more on the defense side. The reason I'm saying so is that, yes, I can understand if the president says that we won't go to the IMF again because we will not roll back the progresses that we have made. But I mean, we have heard these statements before. In fact, when we applied for the 16th IMF supported program on August 6, 2014, a similar statement was made. It was going to be our last time. In fact, when the President Kufuor took over, he said, look, that was going to be the last time and all of that. So I think that the real test is when the challenges begins to mount in the run-up to the election, whether we can continue to ensure fiscal discipline with the required transparency and disclosure, and the accounting treatment would all be in line. Those are the issues. Winston, let me just give you an example.
Please do.
You heard the minister saying that we have to audit the arrears and all of that. It's not just that we need to do so to pay contractors, but we need to do so to also meet important IMF requirements, because the audit and clarification with respect to the arrears will help us to arrive exactly at what the fiscal deficit was end of December 2024. Because the data we have been working with, including the staff level agreement, was based on preliminary reports. So the audits will help us to bring closure to many of these things. And you also notice that anytime we are off IMF program, we tend to not adopt a general government approach to accounting for our debt. I hear government is talking about local government borrowing capacity and all of that. I think we need to be mindful how all of these things will be accounted for within our public debt accountability and disclosure and all of that. And of course, for now, I'll give government the benefit of the doubt. And I agree with the minister that they've had to fast-track some of the structural benchmarks slated for June, September 2025 and bring them forward. Yes, they've done quite well. Let's see how we personalize the fiscal council and all of that. But remember, in this country, our lack of progress on the average hasn't been because we didn't have laws. Most of those laws were observed more in breach than in compliance. In fact, after we have passed those laws, we elevate ourselves above those laws. And the one who is in power is actually the supervisor of the laws. This is where the issues are. And I believe that the market is genuinely concerned. So I believe that it's early days. I believe that government will be looking at its exit strategy, and they can communicate this to Ghanaian stakeholders. what is also good that I think government should also take on board is that skepticism is also good for nation building and all of that. So they should take some of these suggestions on board. My view about 24-hour economy is not hidden. It's one policy. Of course, they are yet to launch the policy. It's something I've struggled to understand fully and all of that. But let's give them the benefit of the doubt. Let's hold them accountable. Once it works for all of us, whether you're MPP or NDC or whatever. Okay. So that is what I would say. But finally, I'll say that, Honorable Minister, we have been in this country for so many years. We've done the analysis and all of that. We know how our election cycle works with respect to IMF programs and all of that. This time round, beyond just pronouncements, we want to see real action, reforms, and how government holds itself accountable. That will give us a little bit of comfort.
Okay. Thank you very much, Professor Boateng. But, Honorable Deputy Minister, so in the Sojaman district, as of August 2023, your total IGF out of a targeted 900,000 was 445,000. So
yes, but there is a huge potential for us.
Yes, your budgeted property rate was 176.
We have some of the wonderful hotels in Sojaman. We now have some factories coming up in Esojama and all that. So property rate collection is one area that we believe that the Assembly can do well. The Esojama District Assembly intends to make tourism our gold. And so if we are able to develop the tourist potential, we will be able to collect more taxes, IGF, to support the Assembly. So yes, I agree that it is not much, but a lot can be achieved when we work together.
Okay.
I want to thank Prof. Boateng and everybody. I can understand their fears. There is a saying in Akan that Akan das song. And so because we have gone through very bad governance in this country, it is difficult for them to sometimes believe a government when we say we are doing A, B, or C. But you can testify that so far, President Mahama and his government are not only talking, we are walking the talk. And so have faith. The assurance is that all the mechanisms we are putting in place, we are going to implement them. Look, President Mahama himself is working with my boss, Ato Forsen, to ensure that all ministers stay within budget.
Okay.
Look, the agreement they have now, the directive, is that, look, all the projects you want to do, you will bring them before the minister gives commencement authorization. The minister in that particular sector is going to sit with the finance minister and the president. No finance minister has gotten this level of support from a president to ensure that we control our commitment ever. And so the president is showing serious commitment to this. And you are seeing this at the highest level. So it is not just between the finance minister and the sector ministers for you to say, oh, I want to do this, I want to do that. Everything that you want to do, before you get the commencement authorization, the three of them are going to sit. You do A, B, C. Okay, now the finance minister can go ahead and give you authorization. This is how serious the president has taken the issue of commitment control. And he has indicated that the compliance desk, if you, a minister, you sit and you don't make sure that you are within budget, you risk your job. And so if we are getting all this support, we can only succeed. Okay. That is why you have seen a lot of wonderful things happening. So, Prof, the assurance is that things are going to be different. We are not only going to... Of course, I agree that in an election year, pressure from the citizenry also contribute to what we see. And so all these conversations must also go down for everybody to see that, yes, even in an election year, we can only do what has been stated in our budget.
Okay.
We cannot just ask contractors, go and start work when there is no contract, when there is no budget. We cannot do that. As a country, we should learn from, the troubles we have gone through and agree, everybody, that we must cut our coat according to our size. If we don't do that, our economy will be in a mess. Now we have seen that because of discipline, the economy is rebounding. That discipline must be sustained. And it is not just on our part, on the part of everybody and civil society. Look, the Independent Fiscal Council is also going to be another vehicle that is going to help us to stay within our debt levels. Okay. And so, look, when we were enacting that act, we made sure that a lot of transparency is brought to bear, even in the appointment of those who serve on that council. That's why we say they must go through Parliament.
Okay,
Honorable Parliament to vet them, just as they vet me.
Yes, Honorable Ampemnyako, let's do it this way, okay? Honorable Ampemnyako, let's do it this way. Let's have a conversation in studio, okay? Join us in studio, and let's talk about all of these things that you've been talking about. I know you are having a meeting, so we'll let you get back into the meeting. You're chairing a meeting and had to step out to talk to us. Thank you very, very much for making time to join us this morning here on the Super Morning Show. So thank you very much, and let's find a time and get into studio. We'll have more time and have this conversation. Honorable Ampemnyako.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you very, very much. So that's the Deputy Finance Minister, the Honorable Thomas Ampemnyako, Member of Parliament for Sojaman, joining us here on the Super Morning Show. Still live here.
Yeah.
And you can definitely join us.
Yes. On the property rating, I looked at their numbers and it's very low. It's a Jaman district. Yeah. And that pushed me to the Minister of Finances district. That is Ejumako, right?
ATM, yes.
Yes. 2022 budgeted was 70,000. Property rate actual was 45,000. 2023 budgeted was 70,000. Actual was 2,920. 2024 budgeted was 90,000. As of September, 21,000. I think the measurement of our success of collecting national property rate will begin from their districts.
Sharp. Chartered Institute of Bankers will be joining us here on the Super Morning. Should be telling us more about the National Banking and Ethics Challenge, which is a quiz competition by the Chartered Institute of Bankers Ghana to promote ethical standards, banking knowledge, and strengthen public trust and resilience in the banking industry in Ghana. It's on Thursday, the 29th of May 2025 at the CIB Ghana Auditorium, East Legon. Time is 9 a.m. Participating universities for the maiden edition: the University of Ghana, University of Professional Studies Accra, Wisconsin University, Accra City University, Academic City University, and Pentecost University. I think that UPS will be winning this. The winning university will go home with a trophy, plaque, cash prize, certificate of participation, internship opportunities, and scholarship for the ACIB program. And of course, Joy Business are partners to this, and we'll be having a conversation even with them shortly here on the Super Morning Show.
So it's the National Banking and Ethics quiz.
Yes.
And UPSA is winning.
Yes. Yes.
Question number 1. What does the bank disapprove of in any form? A. Charitable contributions. B. Acts of bribery and corruption. C. Political contributions. D. Whistleblower mechanism.
When you looked at me, was I part of the UPSA?
But I said UPSA will win.
Was I part of the UPSA contest?
The correct answer is acts of bribery and corruption.
Yes, but am I part of the UPSA participants?
But you said you will win.
Am I part of the contest?
Yes, it's only friend Nika said Obetu Boabo. If you are no Krabi, you said the people will win. Maybe you are prepared them.
Or maybe I'm the one coaching them.
Charlie, it's going to be fun and educative. We'll all be there to support that.
Sure.
Now, if you're an individual trader looking to expand your business, look no further. The Consolidated Bank Ghana Solo Loan is the perfect financial boost for you. Access a loan of up to 200,000 Ghana cedis with no collateral required and repay conveniently within 12 months. Now, the Consolidated Bank Ghana Solo Loan is designed to support your daily operations and ensure the uninterrupted cash flow of your business. Sign up for the Consolidated Bank Ghana Solo Loan today and take your business to the next level. Experience a quick and easy process when you apply. Remember, no collateral is required. For more information, visit any Consolidated Bank Ghana branch nationwide or call their contact center on 0302-216-000 or via their social media handles on Facebook, Instagram, and X, formerly Twitter. Email them, talk to us at cbg.com.gh. Terms and conditions apply. CBG, we stand with you.
And look, very soon we'll get into that conversation here.
Yes.
But first, Kojo, it's also important to know that I'm sure all of us, sometimes, we definitely would want more and want a little more security when life gets unpredictable, a little more protection for our loved ones, because let's be honest, more is always better. So let me tell you more about the Absa Assure account. And the Absa Assure account isn't just a banking product. It's a chance to have more than you expect. So Absa Assure account gives you domestic and commercial accident insurance cover, hospitalization benefits, permanent disability benefits, death cover, and a bundle of essential banking services, all for a single fee. No multiple payments, just one fee for everything. You want more? Of course you do, because more is always better. So if you do indeed want more, simply sign up with Absa today. Your story matters. Absa.
And this August, Adanse Travels is turning up the excitement as part of its 12 years of delivering unforgettable travel experiences. Get ready to see more, feel more, and explore some of the world's most exciting destinations, from fun-filled family adventures in Dubai to romantic getaways in Asia, thrilling escapes with friends in South Africa, or that long-awaited dream trip across Europe. It's not just travel, it's an experience you'll never forget. Call them on 0595 500 817 or 0531 008 550 or visit adancetravels.com to book your spots. Let's make memories together this August. Adanse at 12. See more, feel more. So Winston, UPNC is winning?
Sharp.
Question number 2.
Okay.
Which of the following statements are true regarding handling conflict of interest?
Okay, go ahead.
A. We should be proactive in identifying and managing conflicts of interest. B. We should give more importance to our personal interest. C. We should always report conduct detrimental to the bank or its stakeholders. D. Both A and C. E. B and C.
We'll answer after these messages.
TCL's champion deals are here, and they are big and bold. Buy 50-inch, 55-inch, or 65-inch TCL QLED Pro 4K Smart Android TV starting from 7,999 Ghana cedis, and get free 32-inch TCL TV. Buy TCL 75-inch, 85-inch, or 98-inch TV and get free 43-inch TCL TV. The bigger the purchase, the better the deal. Buy TCL 115-inch QD Mini LED 4K TV and get a free 85-inch TCL TV. Discount so huge you feel like a winner. Looking for TCL refrigerators, washing machines, water dispensers, audio soundbar, and more at cool deals? Rush to TCL showrooms and authorized TCL dealers in Ghana before stock runs out. Terms and conditions apply. TCL, inspire greatness.
Attention Ghana, the Green Revolution is here from 11th to 13th of June 2025. The Accra International Conference Center comes alive with the Ghana Horticulture Expo 2025, the nation's premier showcase of fruits, vegetables, technology, and export opportunity. Organized by the Federation of Associations of Ghanaian Exporters in collaboration with the Ghana Export Promotion Authority and proudly supported by Ghana Exim Bank, Fidelity Bank, Gesa, Agro City, Agro Monte, and GIZ, with Joy Business as the official media partner. This is your gateway to innovation, trade, and partnerships. And the highlight, the keynote address will be delivered by His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Ghana, John Dramani Mahama. Book your exhibition stand or register now on www.ghanahortiexpo.com, or you can contact 0243 345 7783 or 053 522-4555. Ghana Horticulture Expo 2025. Growing Ghana, exporting excellence.
It's the most action-packed breakfast show in town. The hottest music, the best giveaways, the great interviews, and all the laughter and fun you can imagine. Don't miss the Super Morning Show on Joy 99.7 FM. It's the best breakfast show in town.
And it's live here on the Super Morning Show on Joy 99.7 FM. So, before we went for the break, we were telling you about the National Banking and Ethics Challenge, which the Chartered Institute of Bankers is organizing. And this morning, we are privileged to be joined by their CEO, Robert Jatto, here in studio to have a conversation about that challenge. I have indicated that I expect UPSA to win. I don't know whom you'll be supporting to win this. But good morning, Robert, and thank you very much for joining us.
Good morning, Winston. Thank you for having me.
And I believe you're doing very well.
Excellently.
Great. So, before we get into everything, it'll be important for us to maybe set the tone by telling, for those who may not know much about the, Chartered Institute of Bankers, tell us about your mandate and your significance to the country's banking landscape.
Thank you very much, Winston. At Chartered Institute of Bankers Ghana, we actually exist to solve Africa's human capital needs with trusted professionals. We do have a mandate, and that mandate is to promote banking education, but also regulate the practice of the banking profession in Ghana. People ask me, what does that actually mean?
Sure.
It means developing trusted professionals for the financial services sector. It means putting ethics, professionalism, and sustainability high on the agenda of banks and bankers. And certainly it means developing talent for the financial sector and broadly the country. For us, the business of banking is really the business of trust. You will give your money to a bank because you trust that when you go back, you find it. But banks are required to hold capital and different forms of capital, whether it's regulatory capital, minimum capital. But the human capital side is really important, and that's what Chartered Institute of Bankers Ghana is focusing on.
Great. So what are some of the initiatives that you've rolled out to ensure professionalism and ethical conduct among bankers in Ghana?
Excellent. Thank you. So quite a number of initiatives. We are known for certification programs. And so whether it's our flagship Chartered Banker qualification or our newly introduced Executive Chartered Banker qualification, which is really designed to address those in key management positions across the banking sector. But also continuing professional development program, what you call CPDs. Beyond that, we run thought leadership programs and policy seminars to address key developments in the financial sector. But even more importantly, on the ethical side, we have worked together with Bank of Ghana to roll out ethics certification for the industry. In 2020, we launched the Ghana Banking Code of Ethics and Business Conduct for the broad industry. We've worked together with IFC and EPA to roll out ESG certification. So these are some of the programs that we have, and ultimately designed to address the ethical needs, but also the human capital. Because think about trust, which I talked about earlier. The business of banking is the business of trust.
Sure.
And that trust comes from character, which is the ethics. But it also comes from competence, ability of bankers to do what they are trained to do, and even more importantly, playing within the rules, which is the conduct side of the business of banking.
And apart from these, are there any initiatives in the pipeline that you're planning to, outdoor maybe second quarter of the year?
Actually, it's great you've asked that question because just this week, we're actually launching our maiden National Banking and Ethics Challenge.
Great.
And that's a program I really want to talk about.
Yes, let's talk about it. Let's talk about it. The National Banking and Ethics Challenge. Help us understand the inspiration behind creating this competition and what are the objectives of this competition.
Great. So Winston, you and I have been in this country. You know that there are quite a number of things that have happened in the financial sector, whether you're looking at it from the banking sector cleanup or reforms or DDEP, all of which have impacted trust. But we also, as an institute, do financial literacy, and I'm glad to say that we've gone to a number of secondary schools in Eastern region, in Volta, in Ashanti, and what we've discovered, strangely, is that our younger brothers and sisters, even at the basic levels, are betting, and they see betting as an investment. As Chartered Institute of Bankers Ghana, we have a mandate, and that mandate is to promote banking education. Our responsibility really is to drive that public awareness. So the National Banking and Ethics Challenge is really designed to address things around everyday banking. What must you know as a customer of a bank, but also the digital literacy. So financial literacy, digital literacy, ethical literacy, all of which come together to drive the resilience of the financial system, but creating a certain public awareness and understanding of what banks and bankers do.
Great. So let's look at the challenge, okay? What do you seek to achieve with this challenge?
So the first thing is public awareness, and that's very important. But also build the pipeline of the next generation of ethical bankers. And we are targeting universities, students reading banking and finance, because they are the future bankers. And we think that if we can get them to appreciate what bankers do, but also the framework within which we do it, especially on the ethics side, then we can be making progress. I do believe that there are bankers out there, professional bankers and practicing bankers, who also benefit from this. But when I was in the university, my mother always consulted me on financial products, because she believed that I was learning something that she didn't know. And so we believe that this university students who are participating in this program, they will go do national service. They will teach others. They will go to the markets. They will go to their parents. They will teach them. So if we can get them to appreciate this, then we can actually address the broader issues across the economy and across the country. And that's why we are targeting university students.
Great. But so tell me, this is the first edition of the National Banking Ethics and Ethics Challenge. So tell us the universities that are participating, and also tell us, what the thematic areas will be.
Sure. So we are glad to say that this is the maiden one, and we have 5 universities participating. We have University of Ghana Business School, we have UPSA, we have Wisconsin University, Pentecost University, Academic City University, and so these are the universities that are competing. We actually would like to see a lot more, many other universities joining this in subsequent editions, but the thematic areas are really everyday banking. So when you go to a bank, what's expected of you as a customer? Then we have core banking, things that happen behind the scenes that you and I don't see. But also there's a sharper focus on the ethics, and then sustainability, because sustainability is key if you think about where we are. So these are the broad thematic areas, and there are specific questions that we ask. The intention is to, whilst it's competition, of course, the intention is really drive public awareness and public education, which fits right back into our mandate. Okay.
And so what do the winners get?
Of course, there are cash prizes, but also we do have certificates and plaques. But even more importantly, the winners get scholarship to write or pursue the Chartered Banker qualification. We also will use the opportunity to get some internship programs for participating students. And so we are calling on banks and various institutions that would like to support this kind of initiative to open their doors for internship programs for our participating students.
Great. We have Robert Jatto, who is CEO of the Chartered Institute of Bankers Ghana, and we're talking about the National Banking and Ethics Challenge. When is it happening?
So the maiden one is happening this Thursday, 29th of May, at the Chartered Institute of Bankers Ghana Auditorium in East Legon, here in Accra. And so we have a number of all the stakeholders I've mentioned, and I'm glad to say that Joy Business is a partner, and we are extending the same invitation to all other partners to join our sponsors to actually support this initiative. So again, it's happening on 29th of May at the Chartered Institute of Bankers Auditorium at East Legon here in Accra.
I definitely will be there. At what time is it starting?
It's starting at 9 o'clock.
9 o'clock
a.m.
Okay, so when I finish the Super Morning Show, then I'll drive there immediately because I need to be part of this maiden edition and subsequent editions. This is a must support program, and that's why at Joy Business we're partnering to make sure that we're able to develop, the ethical positioning of these young ones and those who get into banking. Anything you would want to say finally, Robert Jatto?
Well, thank you. So again, I go back to the mandate of the Institute, which is to promote banking education, but also regulate the practice of the banking profession. Because if you think about banking, it touches everybody in terms of the financial sector. But even more importantly, it's also the socio-economic importance of the banking sector and how that fits into national development. So for us, it's a bigger call, and we are calling on partners. Like I said, if you go to a hospital today, you expect that a competent medical doctor who subscribes to a code of conduct will see you. In the same way, when you go to a bank, you expect that a chartered banker, would address your needs. And that's why we are putting a sharper focus on professional bankers, chartered bankers. And so we throw the challenge to as many people as possible to pursue the chartered banker qualification, whether at the executive level or from level 1, level 2, level 3, and become a chartered banker.
Great. Thank you very much, Robert Jatto, CEO of the Chartered Institute of Bankers, for joining us here on the Super Morning Show on Joy 99.7 FM.
Thank you.
I'm from outer space, I got cookie with the dog.
On the Super Morning Show. Welcome to the Joy Super Morning Show. Wake up to joy, joy, joy. Sunshine and joy in the morning time. Yeah. Wake up to the Super Morning Show. Yeah. Wake up to joy, joy in the morning. Yeah. If you're turning on your radio, go for some joy in the morning. On the Super Morning Show. Welcome to the Joy Super Morning Show. Wake up to joy, joy, joy. Sunshine and joy in the morning time. Yeah. Wake up to the Super Morning Show. Yeah. Wake up to joy, joy in the morning. Yeah. If you're turning on your radio, go for some joy in the morning. On the Super Morning Show. Welcome to the Joy Super Morning Show. Wake up to joy, joy, joy. Sunshine and joy in the morning time. Yeah. Wake up to the Super Morning Show. Yeah. Wake up to joy, joy in the morning. Yeah. If you're turning on your radio, go for some joy in the morning. On the Super Morning Show. Welcome to the Joy Super Morning Show.
DJ X-Ray, getting us into some fun like that. Charlie, no, Friday, DJ X-Ray for play. Friday. I will say we set up on Friday. Anyway, let me give you some exciting news from Ashesi University. He's mixing. I'll tell you more about that. But let me tell you about some exciting news from Ashesi, which has been expanding access over the past years, adding new undergraduate programs and master's programs. Now, they've introduced a 2 intake admission system for undergraduate applicants. So, students can start their studies in either September cohort or January cohort. It's all part of a goal to welcome more bright minds into our Ashesi community. Remember, applications for both intakes are currently ongoing. Learn more at ashesi.edu.gh.
And Kingdom Books is still open for you. You can shop online conveniently without going there physically. Just go to kingdomstoreonline.com. They arrange deliveries to your homes and offices within a reasonable time. And they offer free delivery within Accra and Tema and accept payment via Momo. So kingdomstoreonline.com. Terms and conditions, however, apply. At Kingdom, quality affordability is their hallmark.
And MTN says if you're looking for a smarter and more convenient way to stay connected, then it's time to live seamlessly with MTN's eSIM. Now, you don't have to carry multiple phones around, because with the MTN eSIM, you can have multiple numbers linked to just one smartphone. Just dial star #06# to check your phone's eligibility. Download the My MTN app or visit the MTN website to request for your eSIM. You can also visit any of our service centers nationwide to get easy hands-on assistance. Go seamless with MTN eSIM for convenience and seamless connectivity. So, what are we doing today?
Now, let me tell you about DHL Express, your go-to solution for all your international shipping needs. So whether you're sending personal, official documents, gifts, items, paintings, cosmetics, clothing, dried fish, processed food, or importing from Asia, Europe, the UK, the US, or anywhere in Africa, DHL Express service makes it a breeze. All you have to do is to contact any of our main service points or individual outlets across the country, and your shipment will be processed, whether inbound or outbound. And with real-time tracking, you will always know where your package is. It's that simple. Ready to experience the ease of shipping? Then visit our website at dhl.com or call us on 0244 485 176 or 0571 137599 to learn more about our Express Easy Service. DHL, excellence simply delivered.
And you know, leadership is not about position, it's about wisdom at the helm. And the next Great Leader Summit 2.0 is coming, where two of Ghana's foremost thought leaders, Dr. Gideon Titiofe and Dr. Mensa Otabil, will share insights to shape the next generation of transformational leaders. The theme is wisdom at the helm of affairs. It's happening 21st June 2025, 9 a.m. Networking tea time starts at 8 a.m. It's happening at the University of Gold Coast Hall, Accra Business School, Spintex Road. Registration, go to ttiofe.com/events, and is designed for executives, visionaries, entrepreneurs, public servants, and all those who aspire to lead with integrity and impact.
And the Ghana Revenue Authority reminds all persons registered for VAT, NHIL, Get Fund Levy that the VAT, NHIL, Get Fund Levy and the Communication Service Tax, CST, the returns for April 2025 should be submitted on the VAT, NHIL, Get Fund Levy and CST returns forms not later than Friday, 30th May, that is this Friday, which is the last working day of the month. File your VAT, NHIL, Get Fund Levy and CST returns early to avoid payment of penalties. For the VAT, NHIL, Get Fund Levy, the penalty is 500 Ghana cedis and a further penalty of 10 cedis for each day the return is not submitted. For CST operators, late filing of returns attracts a pecuniary penalty of 2,000 Ghana cedis and a further penalty of 500 Ghana cedis for each day the return is not submitted. So remember to submit the April 2025 returns not later than Friday, 30th May 2025, which is the last working day of the month, and avoid paying any penalties. Kindly get in contact with us by email on info@gra.gov.gh or by WhatsApp on 055 299 0000 or 0200 631 664 or call toll free number 0800 900 110. It's a message from the Commissioner General.
Now, let me introduce you to the Jackson Institute of Technology, where they provide world-class IT training for individuals and corporate organizations, equipping you with industry-relevant skills in software development, cybersecurity, networking, cloud computing, artificial intelligence, digital marketing, and more. They offer globally recognized certifications, practical job-ready training, and flexible hybrid learning options, which allows you to study online or on-site, and their expert instructors ensure hands-on learning experiences that prepare you for success in today's digital world. They are conveniently located on the Ring Road near Circle in the heart of Accra's Central Business District, and in Kumasi at Jackson Educational Complex headquarters, Aduasi near KNUST. JIT provides easy access for students and corporate clients. Our state-of-the-art auditorium is also available for corporate events, seminars, and training sessions. Call or WhatsApp now. That's 0596 996037 or 0596 996038, and then 0552 714635, or visit our website jit.edu.gh. JIT, your gateway to a thriving IT career.
And we are counting down to the biggest horticulture expo in Ghana and West Africa is the Ghana Horticulture Expo. If you want to do anything agribusiness, that's the place to be. It's happening in the next 15 days, 15 more days to the Ghana Horticulture Expo. It's organized by the Federation of Associations of Ghanaian Exporters, and the president will be delivering a keynote address on agric and the way forward at the Ghana Horticulture Expo. It's also partnered. FAGE is organizing this in collaboration with the Ghana Export Promotion Authority and supported by the Ghana Exim Bank, Fidelity Bank, Gesal, Agromonti, GIZ, and a whole lot of other agric entities. Now, if you want more information, go to GhanaHortiExpo.com or call 0243-457-783 for more information. Winston, we are wrapping up, eh?
Yes, we are.
Yeah.
So you want to...
Fentio knows the last song we are playing.
What song is that?
Yes,
Jacket.
he knows the last song
Jacket.
we are playing.
This guy
on the show.
cannot DJ without playing Jacket remix.
I used to travel with him to work. We did that for about 3 years every morning.
And the guy plays one song the whole trip from Ashaliboche to Adabraka.
Yes.
Jacket.
Yes.
Well, my rum jacket every day.
Our time is up.
The jacket is not coming off.
Our time is up. Up next is the news at 10.